Okay, where we last left off, you, the Crimson Tide, after your assassination attempt, were able to convince Amelia Remont that though you'd attacked her and the others in the carriage earlier that day, you did so with more complex insights than actually were working with, the princess kind of being the focus of interest there. You were able to convince her that it was all for their benefit. Yes.
I used detect magic and it worked for a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna get out.
You were brought before the Remont Collective. You kind of met the leaders of the Remont Empire for the kind of leaders of the land, so to speak. This collective that kind of serves as the ruling party, along with what would usually be the Emperor Samson Remont, but in his place, Amelia as the regent. With the collective taking some time to determine the rewards for you due to your efforts, even kind of before you talked and had to deal with Germain's lying dead head, you were kind of left to spend some time in the city of Pinehall while you wait their presentation ceremony. During this time, you ended up kind of learning that your youngest traveling companion, Judith, has quite a bit of a tragic past. And we're able to kind of take in that and try to figure out what to do with that. In the coming days, as you wake up the following morning after that happened, in the coming days, the palace will come and summon Sudi to look into or be able to sit in on the Karakian diplomats' kind of address to the Remont Collective.
Don't screw us over, Sudi.
No promises.
They're going to allow her to sit in on it, being from the Serac Waste herself. And in time, that award ceremony will come to the group, and very likely people will be coming by to visit your house and see kind of what's going on. So, as you wake up that next morning, none of this is quite yet today. So is there anything that you would like to do today?
Are we still at the palace?
No, you are back home.
We're back home.
Yeah,
Okay.
You're waking up the day after you heard everything about Judith.
Can you do a quick review about everything we learned about Judith?
Judith is apparently a Nephilim, and technically only Lemba really knows this, except for that she's been kind of drawing it.
It was the two of us, right?
It was you were there as she was drawing it, but Lemba detected thoughts, so she read her mind.
Yes,
so
right.
depending on what Lemba shares, that's what you'll all know. But what Lemba got to know, because you guys were all here to at least see it cinematically, is that she is a Nephilim that came from a crystalline crypt, was found by these two kind of dungeon delvers, and then those dungeon delvers were killed. And that's when she met all of you and has been with you ever since. So she has not been around long.
So I know that I did not kill her father,
You
but
don't...
Lothric still thinks he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or took the coat of her dead father.
And you have this.
I have what?
Because
I did something?
this is the deck of cards. The deck of cards that you had, I just made a copy of it.
Yay!
So, it is the morning, and the day is yours. What would you like to do?
See.
Do you want me to make it easier for you? How early do you think you'd get up?
Well, I meditate, so
Yep.
I'm up at like the crack of dawn.
Okay.
No, not crack of dawn. I'm up
But like 2 in the morning. So,
Yeah.
so let's do this. Are you ready?
No! Ah! Oh, no! Bad things are happening!
So,
Well, they might be happening. See, Lothric has this step.
Uh-huh.
And,
You want to finish?
so,
oh, so bad!
so,
Not good.
He doesn't know how to use it, but he wants
so Lothric.
That also requires using it.
I know. Anyway.
So Lothric.
Yeah.
You complete your meditation, and in that completion, you take a moment and can't stop really thinking about this deck of cards. And you go to where you had set it the night before on a desk within your room. You go and, you light a candle relatively easily, you sit down, and you are kind of getting ready to actually look into what this card deck is. And you find yourself struggling with the idea of, how do I learn about this without drawing a card when it's covered completely? If you're going to study a card, how do you do that when they're packaged up so tightly? As this happens, you feel the hair on the back of your neck stand up. And you hear this kind of wet
No!
from just behind you towards your bed. No response. It's dark in the room.
What would you have me do?
It's no response.
What can you tell me of having cards in the sky?
Still no response. Do you look around the room? You look around the room and you can automatically see that there is nobody there. You don't see any figures or any individuals around. But as you look, you have the light of the candlelight at the desk you're at. Make a perception check.
Perception.
Perception?
That is that a 23.
23.
That's pretty good.
You see,
My passive wisdom for my perception is 21. So
yeah, you see where you kind of pinpoint it, the kind of wet squishing sound had occurred. You kind of look and you spot it almost immediately as you turn around. Just out from underneath the edge of your mattress is this dark thing. Not necessarily sentient or moving, but just like a growth of sorts.
So this is the form you decide to take?
No response. Just there in the shadows through the open window, moonlight catching every now and then. You're currently still sitting in the chair at the desk. Do you want to do anything?
I get up and I walk towards the shadowy.
As you get closer, with a little bit further investigation, it looks like finger-like mushroom growths that peek out from just underneath the mattress.
Finger-like?
Yeah.
Hand?
No, just a cluster of long, oblong, almost finger-like looking mushrooms.
Like those scales on the sand?
Kind of, but more mushroom growth. You can see that they are coming from beneath the mattress, seemingly from further in.
I want to cast command, and I cast command over this figure, and I say,
There's no figure. It's just a bunch of mushrooms.
The mushroom things, and I
Yeah.
say, speak.
Was that a wisdom save?
Command is, yeah, wisdom saving.
You see no real change in the mushrooms. They just exist and seem to go deeper in beneath the mattress. They're not like in it, they're just underneath and poking out from underneath.
I lift up the mattress.
As you do, there's a large humanoid-sized oblong blob of this same mushroom growth. And grabbing the edge of the mattress, you don't necessarily touch it yet. And you're able to put it up and kind of lean it up against the wall. And it's just there, this deep, dark pit, almost like a mirror of where you would have been otherwise laying. Just like a hole.
I reach my hand out.
You touch it and it's warm and it's wet. Do you have your Umber Lash with you at this point?
I do.
As you reach forward to touch it, Umber Lash, or a voice coming from it, just hisses and growls. Oh.
I go further into the shaft.
As your fingers touch it and its warmth is apparent, you push further in, and there's a little bit of spongy resistance, like it's touching a full mushroom. But it starts to give, and slowly one fingertip goes in, and then your wrist. And if you continue further up your arm all the way to your elbow, how far do you want to push it?
I go all the way up.
We go all the way in?
Yeah.
The minute that it reaches your shoulder, something grips you from the other side and rips you through the hole.
We're all asleep, right?
Yep.
At this point?
You are all asleep, except the minute that this happens, Celeste, you wake up in a cold sweat, with sweat dripping down your forehead and a very cold sensation, because I believe that you are on the second floor, a very cold sensation pointing you in the direction. You don't necessarily know what it is, but if you had the idea, might be coming from Lothric's room. Lothric, you are in the dark. There is nothing. You feel this spongy pressure all around you as you are drawn forward through and pushed through. This firm grip, though not a hand, continues to hold your arm at the wrist before suddenly letting go, and you fall about 10 feet, landing on a wet, spongy floor. Same dark material as far as you can tell. Even with your dark vision, there's nothing. But as you look around, you would easily enough see a hearth off in the distance and two chairs, one small, one large.
I walk over to the hearth and sit in the smoke.
It takes a little bit of time. They're pretty far away, and as you get closer and closer, you can see the small chair, for what you would thought at first would have been made for like a gnome or a halfling, is your size. The large one is gargantuan by comparison. And as you approach, you notice a hand. A porcelain white female hand with long nails that just kind of reaches out as you approach these chairs from the back and grip a goblet. Take it back out of sight. As you proceed forward and sit in the chair, it's hard to see, but there seems to be somebody else, somebody much larger. You can see a long dress, almost made from thin, fibrous mycelia, dark in places and light in places. As you wait, looking and trying to get an idea of who it is. But you feel your holy symbol pulse at your neck. So you have come, and as a loyal servant, will get a charge.
This is smoking a lot, but it's just fun.
A task.
I didn't know that.
You can see the hand, still no face or anything else, just the hand and like from the knees down, because there's a whole table and the arm of a chair in the way. Just kind of swirling this goblet before disappearing behind the arm and along the side, and then going back, resting kind of daintily along the edge of the arm. Do you consider yourself intelligent? Wise?
I would like to think so.
Do you think you have what it takes to become a champion?
Anything for you, my queen.
There's a pause. I suppose it will remain to be seen.
What is this charge, you ask me?
In time. There's nothing but time here. Outside of this, Celeste, it is uncomfortable. This pressure, like a cold blanket, wrapped around that side of kind of your head and your neck, just lifting the hairs on the back of your neck.
I get up.
You get up
Out of bed.
and kind of figuring out what's going on.
I like wipe the sweat from my.
Yeah, you're trying to get cleaned up. You back in the vision. She kind of sets the goblet down on the side table with a clink. You see the hand grip the edge of the armchair. Would you consider yourself strong enough to bear this charge?
Yes.
Then you will prove it. For now, your charge, should you find yourself too weak, incapable, unwilling, deliver the deck to the High Priestess of Decay. Make a history check.
I'm like,
Oh,
get out of the room.
Yeah, you're kind of trying to follow this feeling.
I mean, I already would have done it, but my advantage for my sentinel shield. Oh no, that's something else. Yeah. Never mind. That was something else. That's a 15.
15. You know enough after being around. The High Priestess of the Queen of Decay is often given this moniker. The High Priestess of Decay is likely to be on the material plane somewhere, probably in the Remont Empire.
He's where we're technically heading.
Nope. That is currently the nation that is at war with the
Oh,
Mistkeep
fuck,
and
sorry.
a long-standing enemy of the Remont Empire. Should you be up to the challenge, take the deck, take its power. You and yours take the power of these cards and use them in my name. And as she says this, you see the figure lean forward, and there's this white porcelain mask of a female, like woman's face, bright red lips, and almost fungal growths coming out around the edge of the mask. As she leans and looks down at you, immense. Just, this is absolutely massive. Prove that you can handle this power. Prove that your judgment is enough. Prove to be my champion.
Everything all will be done as you requested.
go, and you just immediately drop as the chair below you is gone, and you fall flat on your back into this soft, spongy floor that starts to just slowly take you in like the creeping vines from Harry Potter, from the Sorcerer's Stone. It just slowly starts to suck you down in, and there's a moment of panic before you drop, and you feel yourself falling again. All of a sudden you hit something hard and you're back on the wooden floor of your room. The dark mark of your mattress there, seemingly having jettisoned you from the place. And you hear footsteps in the hallway.
I put the mattress back down as quickly as I possibly can.
All right. By this time, you are able to hear Lothric, for the most part, moving around on the inside of his room, which isn't abnormal, because he's probably awake at this point.
I go up to his door and I softly knock on his door.
You receive a knock at your door.
I walk over to it and I open it up. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I was meditating and now I was just studying the deck more without having to draw anything from it.
Okay.
Trying to get answers.
The cold feeling has not subsided. Make a perception check. 15. There's a tiny bit of this dark substance around like his collar. Around like kind of behind his ear and down on his collar and then just there. And you just, it's unsettling.
Are you sure you're okay? You got a little something.
Huh? Oh, yeah, probably was from when we were fighting, maybe like a stick or sign or something. And I try to brush it away to try to get it to go away because I know what it is.
You know exactly. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can either attempt just say you can insight and you can do the deception check. It's good when both of you say, fuck.
Okay, I rolled a 15.
What's your insight?
It's +6. So good luck.
Fuck.
Jeez.
Deception is +0.
Oh,
I gotta get it.
You gotta roll it.
It's a 17.
Oh my god!
You're like, wow, yeah, we've been all sorts of places. This, he must be trying to do some studying or something, I guess I should let him go back to his night, but the cold feeling has not gone away.
Okay. I shrug and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go back, I guess.
As you turn away from the door and then make your way back to your own room, you hear this kind of wet
Yes, stop!
as if you were to check, the fungal growth beneath the mattress disappears, slowly retracting into itself, and the cold sensation goes away.
So I'm like standing in the hallway.
You're like making your way away and it's gone, and you're like, must have been nothing. Must have been a breeze.
That's weird. I go back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hit that.
Mm-hmm.
Not want to have to explain things.
Oh God, I can't believe you got a 17.
I don't know how I did it.
That was pretty good. So,
Oh man.
unless there's anything you want to do overnight, the morning comes to all of you. What would you all like to do? The day is yours. Nothing's wrong. Everything okay.
You're fine.
This is fine.
It's fine. I'm not burning off.
Literally, Ralph would,
Yeah.
That's us. That's us.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's a new morning.
Wake up and I'm immediately hopping in.
All right.
Is there?
Not necessarily like a full-blown shower,
Okay, I'm
but
gonna take a bath.
you have a washroom where you're able to take a bath and clean yourselves up. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to, like, especially after the feeling that you got, a mixture of just cold chill, like someone's watching you. It's just hard to not feel like dirty. And so you take a second to clean up.
I like scrub my body.
Yeah, it is uncomfortable.
I go downstairs and I start looking up food.
All right.
I just want to eat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to. What roll do I make to make some delicious food?
I mean, you can make just make a flat wisdom roll.
Just a,
Still?
do I get it? So do I have fire?
Just flat for, yeah, with your wisdom modifier.
Yay! It's a +7.
Oh, dang.
How is it a +7?
No wisdom?
Yeah, you're just wisdom score modifier, not like a
So
saving
like
throw.
mine is +3.
On saving throw. Oh!
No. Yeah,
Not
just a
saving
regular.
throws one, just the +3. Okay. Then yeah, that is a +3. It ain't a 7.
This is like practice cooking. How many times have you done it?
I don't think that roll should count. Because it went all the way across that bone. I'll do it.
Did it land flat?
What?
Did it land flat?
It yeah, but like,
But it ended flat. Okay, so yeah,
but
count
it went
that.
over the things that
Yeah.
it was supposed to.
So it had a Marble Madness moment, but it's okay. It landed flat.
It's 14.
14. It's all right enough meal. It's like, you know, it's not like, oh god, I don't know how to cook. You know how to cook.
Than toast?
Yeah, it's solidly better.
good.
It's solidly better than, oh god, technically a meal. But like,
As long as it's better than beans and
Yeah.
toast, because I cannot tell you how many things I had. Well,
oof.
it wasn't bad, but oh my gosh, it's just so boring. I don't
Yeah.
know how it's doing.
It gets to be a lot.
It's boring. It's not disgusting. It's delicious. It's just boring. Like
Yeah.
having it every single fucking morning with a tomato wedge.
So, you all slowly make your way downstairs at this point, smelling wonderful food, except for Sudi, who is in the room kind of on the first floor. You're probably the first room off of the front door almost. So you can stumble out of bed and directly into the kitchen for food if you want. It's easily enough a thing.
I absolutely do this. I'm stress eating, in fact.
Sudi, how you doing? You kind of starving food in your mouth hole.
Haven't you learned to mind your own business?
I mean, yes, but I'm also slightly concerned that you might choke on your food, and I don't really want you to die.
Really, because a lot of people would like that of me right now. A lot of people. A lot of people very close by us.
Yeah, but I need you alive so that way you don't screw things over in the council meeting that you're going to be going to. So we need you alive to make us look better with you.
You know what? I can respect that. That's honesty.
It's the only thing I'm really good for right now. Anyway, do you want some other food that I'm preparing? Because you're kind of just scarfing down whatever you can.
What are you making?
So yeah, what are you making?
What am I making?
What are you making?
What?
You get to choose.
I get to choose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you get to pick what you're making. It's just the quality of it that roll.
I'm making a simple eggs Benedict style.
Yeah.
I'm making poached eggs, and I'm chopping up, potatoes, and I'm dicing up tomatoes, and I'm making it sort of like a hash thing with poached eggs. That's what I'm making. Simple, but easy.
Simple, nice breakfast.
Oh, and sausage, because it means
And sausage.
There needs
Because,
to be
yeah.
a big old sausage.
Well, I gratefully take a mouthful of whatever he's having.
All right.
Great, I prepare a plate for you.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Find some toast for me.
Yeah, she's like coloring and then smelling the food and especially smelling the toast, comes over and just starts going absolutely nuts on it, and then kind of slowly makes her way back to drawing.
I poke my head on, just like, you need to eat vegetables.
I did.
Broccoli.
Did you?
Yes.
Are you telling me the truth?
Make an insight check.
You want please on the truth?
You're not zone of truth, child.
That is on that 20.
All right.
Write that down. Write that
I
down.
am.
You see
Yeah,
it?
I saw it.
Sarah, do you see this? You see the 20? You see the 20 there? I rolled that.
You have never been so sure in your life that Judith tried at least one vegetable.
Yay. Oh,
Which one?
would I know at least which one because I prepared a plate?
You would know the vegetables available, so it would depend on what you were attempting, you know?
I just wanted to know if she was telling the truth on each.
Yeah, she was attempting to like try it at the very least. Whether or not she liked it is still up for debate.
Which one did you try?
I tried.
Was it green or orange?
It was green.
Okay. It was broccoli. So,
It's the tree.
The
the tree one, just like you need to eat one bite of the carrot, and then I will get you more toast. And Celeste is going to make sure that you have one bite.
She gets up. She's like, I get toast if I eat.
If you have some carrot, yeah.
Okay, and she jams an entire like baby carrot into her mouth and chews, and then runs back to the section where she's drawing. She's like on the floor drawing with her feet kicking in the air.
I'm still making food for us.
I'll make sure she eats it. I go over there.
You watch as she sits there just chewing on it as she's coloring, and she eventually does swallow it. But like, you know, she's like trying really hard to be like,
Yeah.
and she's making an insight check.
I'm trying to make a face. It is, wow, 13.
13. It's easy enough to tell that she is, especially just because you're watching, trying to look like she doesn't like it, but she's okay with it.
Oh, you like it.
It's not toast.
I know it's not toast, but it's somewhat okay, right?
Did she eat it?
And you're like, yeah, she ate it!
Okay, she gets more toast. I'll make her some toast.
Yeah.
I'll make her 5 pieces of toast. And we'll put jam on each one.
Oh my god!
You watch as her eyes become the size of the dinner plates you are using, and she just sits there, and the like little crayon drops from her hand, and she's like, oh, and then just starts inhaling as much of it as she can. So, she's starting to get better about eating. It's slowly getting easier.
The last thing I need Lemba is coming after me because I gave her that toast.
Yeah, Lemba comes downstairs with a horrific bedhead and slowly starts to eat breakfast.
I just picture it. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's like a cowlick up on one side that follows the curve of the horn.
Oh no, I've seen her with bad hair. I've seen her on a bad hair day.
It's bad. Yeah, so it's pretty much that. But for the most part, otherwise, you know, everything seems to be going smoothly.
Great. Making food. Here's all the food. Now I.
Grab
Other people can do things now.
a quick spicy game while I watch food.
X is currently still like sleeping in, enjoying her time.
All right.
Yep. But you all receive a knock at the door. Just this.
And go speak.
You go up to the door.
Is there people? Can I look at the people?
There was not a peephole, but you can crack the door and peek through.
Damn it. Okay.
There seems to be a young man in kind of a blue shirt with white. It's almost the Revolutionary War style, in kind of, you know, white pants that used to be white, but they're not quite because he's been traveling, and a horse has been tied to the fence, and he just kind of sees you and goes, hello, I have a post.
I open the door all the way, and I grab it from him.
Are you by any chance accessible?
No.
Starts with an X?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Does this X person live here?
Yes. This is for
Good enough, and just hands you a letter.
Oh, okay. It's for her. Okay, not for me.
Yeah.
Oh, I take the letter.
He kind of nods. Well, have a good rest of your morning, and turns around and goes to collect his horse and leave. Like, you have seen these kinds of people. They're around in Moonshade. These are like postmen.
Mailman!
Yeah, they're the mailman.
The couriers.
Yeah, they're couriers. There's stuff
So
like
an
that.
important letter for you.
Yeah.
Something about your inheritance.
Yeah.
Oh,
So they're like
you're lost.
they're like that, and they're a loose association that kind of works. They get sponsorships from the empire, the government of the empire, but otherwise they're a started out as a private business there, and so they've kind of taken it upon themselves to be good couriers, but they get, you know, sponsorship funds to have posts and supplies that they can, but they aren't as well funded. They just kind of care, and so they do it.
I turn the rest of the group and I go, the letter for...
Great. I'll go take it to her.
Hand it to him.
What?
You have a letter.
Put it under the door.
Yeah. Oh, did I not? Not again. Yeah, I'm just gonna slide under the door. Please don't ever come to the door when I am knocking. Bye.
Good, you learned. And then
I slide under the door and I run like a hill.
Yeah.
Downstairs. I don't want to see anything. That
you hear footsteps coming towards the door as you're like, ah, and then go.
Oh my god, yeah.
So when Caroline arrives, she will have her
I
letter.
really remember that.
Yeah.
I was just like, 'cause I was just like, wait, do I want her to come to the door? And then I realized, and that was me actually realizing, I'm just like, oh, no, don't come to the door. Please don't. I don't want to see things.
Oh
So
my God.
eventually, whenever Caroline does show up, she'll have her letter. But for now,
Did you write her a letter?
Yes, I did.
yeah.
He has so many fun things planned for this one.
Oh yes. So
Don't you see a stack of shit on the side over there?
yeah.
In the basket?
No.
Oh, big.
Holy crap, you do have
Stack
a lot
of
of shit.
shit.
You do have a lot of shit.
That's what I'm saying!
So
Stack of shit!
the rest of the morning is yours.
Okay.
You've got a letter. You're making breakfast. Anything that you want to do?
I've talked a lot, so I'm gonna leave it up to other people right now because I don't want to take a lot of time.
Okay.
Other people want to do stuff. So I'm just gonna be.
You can also just kind of be hanging out and throughout the day and just waiting until eventually at some point somebody comes to collect Sudi or deal with anything to prepare for that moment.
Yeah, I'm going to... Oh, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna do something. Can I... I need to go to the store and get some more food items.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have to do that now. I have to go later.
All right.
Unless,
Whatever you guys want to do.
but
You do have a fairly well-stocked pantry at the house.
Can I go over and see what Judith is drawing?
She's drawing more things. They're easy enough to recognize. These are events that you guys have gone through together with her.
Okay.
It's stuff like the Ettercap's nest, a picture of a windmill on fire, a picture of these really scary looking elephants, like all of those things that like you're like, oh yeah, I remember that sucked, you know. And she's drawing it and just kind of looks over her shoulder. You know these? I remember them. I'm gonna make a book.
Yeah.
All of the book.
Can I take the window one? You can make another one? Or can you draw me another one, actually?
I'll draw you another one. She kind of hurries and starts drawing you another one and eventually gives you this little drawing of a burning windmill.
I go over to the wall where I see like a painting. That's why I put the painting and I put it in the t-shirt.
It is a large painting.
Well, no. If it's like a smaller sized one, I want to.
Okay, so you pick a small little oval one
Yeah.
that has this picture of a human man and a elven woman, and then a small little girl that just looks directly at the person for the portrait, just like Wednesday Addams. And the human man's eyes have been crossed out.
Oh, fuck.
And you take it out and then put a picture of a burning windmill in this place.
Should do like a history check. That's the
Yeah, you can do a history check if you like. 17. Given the history of the house that you've been appraised of, this would appear to be the Bernard family. Apparently, a human father, Mr. Bernard and Mrs. Bernard, and a half-elven daughter that you can only presume to be the, Belladonna Bernard, the individual that attempted to kill you all, but more specifically Sudi.
So I recognize her.
You would assume, based on it, because there aren't that many, and you would assume half-elf. The woman that attacked you was a half-elf. The woman that stole the Blade of the Red Veil.
Okay.
Yeah, so you would have been appraised before that this house used to be her house. And you'd drawn that connection, so it's not hard to imagine that this was probably a family portrait from younger days. That apparently the eyes got completely crossed out of the father, which was a human.
But there's a daughter.
Yes.
So she has a sister.
You don't, the elven woman, the full-blooded elven woman does not appear to be.
Oh, so you're saying
You would presume that that is a young Belladonna Bernard.
Oh, okay.
And this is for the layout of the house.
What?
Just outside to some extent and just a little bit down the hall from the door to Sudi's room.
Uh-huh. I assume the daughter's room is Sudi's room now. Right?
Similar tastes, I guess.
There was a poisoner's grotto in the underneath her like dresser in there.
Yikes. Okay, I set the picture aside, and I just kind of set it down somewhere.
Yeah, it's not hard. There are tables and other little things like
yeah.
in the hallway that have like vases, and that when you first arrived were vases of dead flowers, and they were very dusty, kind of the Haunted Mansion-esque style. Things have been left alone, decrepit. But
That's right.
then, you know, now you've kind of all taken some time to beautify the place, and so it's a little better, but you just kind of never dealt with the artwork.
Yeah.
So you just kind of set this piece of parchment, kind of this little canvas that has been painted down, and just kind of set it there and just leave it.
Well, having the evidence.
Yeah, you just kind of leave it there.
I put the other picture there.
Yeah, it is visible also from the front door.
Oh, okay.
So
So I put that in there and I frame it with like, I'm like, this perfectly encapsulates us. I feel like.
a burning window.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
But now I'm curious. What's the other artwork around?
if you were to look around, you see a, for the most part, the family. You see a human man, portrait painting on his own. You see a elven woman holding a young child, kind of as like an infant, just kind of smiling as they get her portrait painted. You see a few hand drawings that seemingly are a young Belladonna's drawings, and they're like uncomfortably similar-esque to Judith's. Like little kid drawing and then another little kid drawing, and you're looking and you're like, this one is a murderer and this one's a little girl.
Where are the pictures?
What are the pictures that she drew?
Yeah.
The pictures that she drew were seemingly innocuous. It was like the house with a bunch of flowers, or the kind of mother and them kind of playing in the backyard. Things like that, but noticeably never with her father.
Hey, alright.
You come across one that is maybe a few years younger, but very similar to how you knew her. Half elven woman holding kind of a medical bag, just kind of sitting there smiling softly as her portrait's getting painted, as this younger but not by much Belladonna.
I just okay. And then I turn around and go back to well, this is great. I don't really like the pictures hanging out, but I don't know if I should take them down or not.
They're like a little bit upsetting, but not that much, because whatever, but also so
I go back to Judith though, and I go, Ross, the Alice together?
Oh, okay. She just kind of pulls out another piece of paper. Don't move.
Oh, I started.
You like realize as you're standing in an uncomfortable position as you were turning to leave. She's like, "Don't move," and you're like, huh?
Yeah. Oh.
It takes a little bit, but she's like, "Okay, get Lothric."
Okay. I go right
to
where
you can see she drew you. It wasn't necessarily very good, but it was okay. And she's doing everybody individually, like in a line, paper children, streamer style.
Okay, this is not gonna work very well, but all right.
Yeah. Over the course of that next hour, she kind of calls for each of you individually.
She'll just have to go into X's room and just draw X.
She'll try.
God, that goes so bad. Anyways.
So.
Is she done with the yet?
For the most part, yeah. We'll skip to that point. She's done with the picture at this point.
I look at it. Look at it.
It's a picture of all of you holding hands like you were cut out of paper and into this long kind of streamer. She seemingly had a lot of trouble with X's head because it's a different shape than everybody else's. And there's a little arrow that says weird head. And
I love that.
she was just kind of a disclaimer, like she got kind of embarrassed. It was like, okay, because it started very clearly as just a triangle, and then she realized that that's not how her head is shaped, and so she's tried to start over.
The shape isn't there.
It's kind of, yeah, like you can see she tried really hard and then gave up and was like, weird head, and just kind of went with it. And looking at X, she has this little silver blob in her hand. It's just this little,
Yeah.
this little blob, but it's too small for there to be any real definition from it.
That's okay. Biscuit don't need no definition. We all know what biscuit is in a drawing.
So yeah,
Kind of a silver blob.
Celeste, she drew you in your mask.
Oh, good.
Because she tried to do your tattoos. You can see she tried to do like the tattoo style of what's there, and it got too messy, so she just drew a mask over it, and it is fucking terrifying. Sudi currently is just kind of staring directly out at the person looking at the picture. Just, it's like kind of uncomfortable, kind of like a 1,000-yard stare. Like, dear God, like you can kind of tell, yeah. Sudi is stressed the fuck out because there is a lot going on even in a picture. Lothric, you are of like 7 different colors. She's seen you change from one color to the other, and she's not sure which one she wanted to go with, so she started to just do every color in the box. So you're just kind of a mismatch of a bunch of different colors.
It's okay, it fits me in real life.
Serenity, you currently have a paintbrush and you're holding it up like this, and just kind of like that, and you have a book.
That's it.
And then that's it, just a smile, and it's just kind of like, hi, like I am an average man, that kind of thing. And it's not too messy. It's just like, you're like, that's not how you hold the paintbrush, But for the most part, there's those for all of you, and then there is a very tiny little red-skinned girl with horns that is currently laying on the ground in the foreground with what looks like a pencil and a big sheet of paper, because she drew herself drawing you guys.
So cute.
Yeah, I did it.
Oh my gosh. It looks so good. You know, it looks so good. We're gonna frame. And I go over to one of the pictures.
We're gonna put this one right on the fridge.
I go over to like one of the big portraits of all of the family.
One of the family portraits that's there. Yeah.
And I take it out.
Yep.
And I just kind of roll it up. And I'm assuming it's probably
Yeah, it's okay size. Yeah.
canvas, and so I'm rolling it up. And I just kind of put it in the corner, and then I put hers
Yeah.
and hang it back up.
Yep. Very nicely. Now you have a Judith made portrait of your party. As terrifying as some of you may look, or as colorful as some of you may be. Yes.
Is this very similar to how Sokka drew everybody at
Kind of. It is very clearly a child's drawing.
You hate all those ears. Look at your hair loopies.
Yeah. It's pretty much that. And she tried really hard, and you're like, I can see. And especially for you, Serenity, as an artist, you're like, give it a few years.
Yeah.
You're like, it's a good start. I'm glad you're interested. Holy shit, but okay, I'm glad you're interested. You have this moment of conflict where you're like, well, I want to support her, but what do I do with this?
Nothing. You tear her down, you tell her dreams and hopes are nothing more than a mere shadow of existence.
You what?
God damn!
She's currently bouncing up and down from her heel to her toe, just excited as you put it in the frame. It's the family portrait. I did a portrait.
And you got an accent.
Yeah. And she kind of points and is like, I gotta show everyone. And one by one, all of you get dragged by the hand, including X, out of the room to see this portrait.
Oh, I like this much better than what was hanging up before.
Not what I was thinking. Yep.
Yeah.
This is
Good
my
job,
part.
artiste.
At about this point, you hear another knock at the door. Just this. You're all standing in the hallway, so you're right by the door.
Saki. There's nobody there.
Hey,
You go over.
it's just
Hello?
bad.
You open the door, and there is one Crown's Guard man, standing there with a spear in hand. Sudi,
I can grab her. May I ask what this is about? Is she being summoned for a council meeting now, or?
yes,
I will grab her immediately. Would you mind waiting right here?
very good. And just kind of turns around. You can see as he turns around that there are probably 4 or 5 of these guards in a loose formation leading towards a carriage that's parked outside the front gate.
Sudi?
What about me?
Yeah, you need to leave immediately with the Crown's Guard. They're at the door. You're summoned for your council meeting. But good news, there's a really beautiful carriage waiting outside for you.
I will take my small joys where I can get them.
Also,
Left the curve.
not to be a fashion forward person, but is that what you can wear?
Well, what would you recommend that I can change in the next 5 seconds?
Just like Serenity, come over here.
Yeah?
Just like, can you maybe can you give her a prestidigitation and just zhuzh up her outfit, make her look very, very nice for everything.
With an easy cast of prestidigitation, Sudi, you feel your clothes around you for whatever you're wearing at the moment kind of lift in this unseen breeze for a half a second, and it's warm, and then they all fluff back down, and all of the dirt that would be in your clothes falls out onto the ground. Like they are cleaned and almost like freshly laundered on you.
I'm just looking at what fell on the ground. Really, what have you been in?
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Actually, no, I don't think we would we?
No.
No.
It's right around now that
go.
you all
Go. And remember, wide smiles, happy thoughts, and if you do anything to kill us in the end, we will all be furious. So no pressure. But
You won't be furious. You'll be dead.
I'm pushing her out the door. Go. Just like, we need you to be good. Go. Just like, I open the door. I'm just like, here she is. Shove her out and close the door.
as you shut the door,
Please be good.
you look around at everybody else and realize just how dirty all of you are. Not just Sudi. You guys have been fighting in these kinds of clothes. You took a bath, but your clothes are fairly dirty.
Our clothes are
Put some fresh clothes on.
Yes.
fresh clothes. What, you traveling with other pairs of clothes?
Yeah.
But
All of us have like only one pair of clothes. So we just take them off, take our bath, and then we put the clothes back on.
so like
We're just like,
you
I
are
want to turn that down. We'll be
you
good.
look down even at yourself and you're like, wow, we're kind of dirty. Fuck, and you see the pile of dirt where Sudi was, and you're like, she's the fucking cleanest of all of us. Sudi,
Better her than us.
yeah. You get thrown out the door and stumble, kind of catching yourself just barely, before falling down the 3 steps that make up the patio before you actually are outside. As you do so, you look up and you see a lot of the guards that were kind of lax and waiting stand all of a sudden to attention, like, oh god, the boss is here, have to do the right thing. And so they're totally tensed up in their proper formation, spears in hand. Then there's a carriage. It is a very, very nice carriage. It is gold, kind of gold leaf trim around what looks like carved wood, and there are no wheels. There are no wheels. Instead, it floats maybe 1.5 feet, 2 feet off of the ground. It is still drawn by horses, but it is very specifically floating as opposed to rolling. As you kind of look, one of the guards opens up the carriage door and gestures to allow you inside.
I take a deep breath and head inside.
You take a second to walk through everybody. Every one of them is looking like stiff and kind of uncomfortable. Kind of like, oh dear God, I really got to do my job and look good like I'm doing my job. But easily enough, you're able to hop into the carriage, and as you do, you sit down, and across from you is the lady with the golden eyes from the Remont
great.
Collective. Just kind
I'm
of
in an
sitting there.
enclosed space with her.
I can't do it up anymore, I don't think. Yeah, so you can do it on there. But basically what you are... Did that make everything louder? I don't know. Anyway, but you're able to see and you remember her name is Lady Marianne. And she kind of is sitting there with one leg folded over the other with her hands in her lap, just kind of staring at you and with a soft smile as you hop into the carriage.
I give her, well, I sit down in this carriage and I cross my legs oh so daintily, lay my hands in my lap, and I give her the most winningest smile I possibly can.
Sudi, are you ready to begin the travel?
As I'll ever be.
Very well. She kind of knocks on the carriage wall behind her, which she's riding backwards so that you can ride forwards. And she can knock on the carriage thing and the driver can actually start this. It's weird. At first, you start and you feel the jostle at first of like the horses beginning to pull. And there's no bumps. It is the smoothest ride that you have ever felt. So, interestingly enough, we find ourselves meeting once again under different circumstances.
To be perfectly honest with you, I did not expect to ever see you again in my life. There's a lot of people I never expected to see again in my life.
Neither did I. But with a little bit of elbow grease and elevated station, the ability to regain my sight came back to me. Now,
I'm very happy for you. Let's just put that out there. I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
she kind of gives you a look like she's trying to read into you to see if it's genuine or not.
It's half joking.
Yes, like she had to heal this woman. The quick reminder of who this is this is the lady that for the Golden Lord was caught apparently having a false worship case against her. And she was blinded with hot oil that ran down her eyes and destroyed both of her eyes, and then down the one side of her body, which you're able to see in the carriage is still relatively heavily scarred. And then Sudi was instructed to pack the wounds with salt and then throw her in the dungeon the rest of the way. So make sure she heals, but make sure it's painful. Yeah. So the woman just kind of sits there still, and you're mirroring each other now, cross legs and arms in lap. Now, I'm curious how much you have become devoted to the previous Sultan. You served in the court. However, that does not always mean everyone is privy to all of the information of the court. As a medical professional, how much did you know of the goings-on and policies?
I was kept in the dark for a lot of it, and I had impressive little secrets to myself from others.
And these secrets, what may they have been?
People will say anything if they believe that they are on their deathbed.
I see. And so, you've heard of the different policies the Serac Wastes had when it came to the Remont Empire.
History check, DM. Do I know?
Yeah, make a history check.
Alright. Ooh, 21.
21. The official policy was that there was a trade alliance and everything was going smoothly. They were somewhat allies, but didn't have a formal ally treaty or anything else kind of like that in paper or writing. It was just they're another nation. We will do business with them, kind of a official policy. Unofficial policy, in terms of the rumors that ended up kind of reaching out, that was a pretty brutal regime of capture and take advantage of everything that the Remont Empire had. So if there was something that ended up straying into Karakian waters along a trade route and they strayed too far, they were taken and they were conscripted. It was like my ship now. And so you had a number of people that did end up making their way through your, for lack of a better terms, infirmary or clinic, that were sailors that were really heavily beaten or wounded, stabbed, cut up, that were in bad shape until they were able to be healed. And they, for some reason, absolutely resented you and everything you stood for the nation. And it kind of was frustrating because you were like, I'm fucking helping you. But, you know, ungrateful bastards, I guess. That was kind of what that attitude would have been.
Ungrateful bastards.
Whenever you would have gone to ask about this, the response that you got was that they were pirates. And that the Remont Empire is not necessarily fully to be trusted.
I see. Well, I respond to Lady May. Oh my god, what's her name? I'm sorry, it's Lady Mary?
Lady Marianne.
Lady Marianne. Okay. I respond to Lady
I'm
Marianne.
shortening it by that because it's Marianne Sharon Hadid Shamir.
Are you saying Marianne or Mariana?
Marianne. Like
Marianne.
Marianne.
Okay. Well, I kind of roll my head around and I say, there's two policies. Which one would you like to hear?
Which one seems more interesting? If this is around the time when you notice, she doesn't blink.
Ah.
She doesn't have real eyes. She doesn't need to. They just kind of sit and stare. And she has a small smile on her face, and she seems warm and welcoming.
But I'm unsettled. The more interesting one is probably the one I know least about. Men appeared in my infirmary every so often, bloodied, with no particular reason given to me why they were bloody. Only that they needed to become unbloodied and fighting fit. And they hated my guts, but a lot of people hated my guts, so I'm not going to put, you know, it's not personal a lot of the time.
Seems surprising. Well, what do you know of the previous Sultan's fall and the new one's rise to power?
She gives a short, angry laugh. I only know it in terms of how it affected me. We all have a bit of a self-centered memory.
So you were not in the room or involved as the transition of power took place?
I'm saying I wasn't.
Yeah. Well, interesting. From what I hear, many did not survive. I was fortunate to be there that night. Perhaps, if all things go well with the meeting, we can do each other a favor.
And what would that be?
This favor, I will tell you everything that I know of that night. For lack of a better term, everything I saw that night. And she kind of waves her hand in front of her eyes. Blinded as the time as I was there in the room. In return, this meeting will continue smoothly. You will be an observer. You will not jeopardize the relationship with the Serac Wastes. Bless you.
You're giving me a treat if I behave?
Call it a hunch. I get the sense you don't behave often.
Sudi just grins at her.
It's okay. I usually did not either. My goddess, in her own right, typically did not behave.
I don't have a lot of choice in the matter, do I?
You have every choice. Promise me you'll behave. Or I can let you out back at your home, and we have no need to speak of this again. Unfortunately, then, you will not attend the meeting. However, should you be willing to support this nation in this meeting, and speak when spoken to, so as to ensure no offense is traded. Allow us to handle negotiations, then you will be witness to history. Perhaps you may learn something.
Sudi lifts up both of her hands, fingers splayed out wide, and says, "You can see nothing is crossed. I promise to be a good little girl."
Let me put it this way. Make a persuasion check if you're being sincere, or a deception check if you plan to be insincere.
She's being as sincere as she can be.
I know, the
She's
trouble is it's
serious.
Sudi, so it kind of rhymes a line.
It always tries a little bit of a line. I'm going to roll persuasion,
Alright.
because Sudi does want her head attached to her shoulders. Natural 20.
Hey! Very well. I trust that you are a woman of your word. And, if I may say so myself, perhaps we need to get you some jewelry.
I brighten up.
The hands, usually not so bare for a member of the court. And so, perhaps we can fix that in the future.
But there comes the magic words, member of the court. There is no court of the Serac Wastes that I am a part of.
Yes, but even a former member of the court should be somewhat well off. Though I would expect you either left of your own accord or found in exile demanded of you. Should you...
I'm sorry, you cut out. What did you say?
She was saying either you left of your own accord or there was an exile that was demanded of you. Now, I will not press, but as of this moment, you are a favorite of the collective and a hero of the Empire. Such a feat should be rewarded, and it will be. I will put my own personal touch into the reward for you.
I would do appreciate a Serakian touch on fashion.
Even a taste of home. Well, shall we hurry on then?
So he sits back. So we shall.
Remember, you promise your best behavior, and if you do, when I escort you back home, I will tell you everything I know of the night of the transition of power.
You can take my word for it. I'm
I
a
will.
curious cat.
I will. Now, and she kind of leans back and knocks, and it's about this time that you realize, you've been riding for longer than it would take to, like, get to the palace. And as she knocks, you kind of are realizing this, and you look out, out of the little window that's in the door, and you see these finely manicured topiaries and garden aesthetic, and it seems like you've probably been circling this fountain in the middle of the garden of the palace for a while so that you could talk. But very quickly then, the carriage shifts direction and leaves the garden and stops out front of the palace, where a guard opens the carriage door as it comes to a stop, and you are both let out and make your way into the kind of throne room, for lack of that better term, where the Remont Collective met with you before. As you enter, it's hard to figure out where you're supposed to be, because, like, you're not a member of the collective, but at the same time, it's been interesting enough in this conversation that Lady Marianne, as she sits there, just kind of nods to a guard and snaps her fingers and points to where her seat in the chamber is. And another chair is brought for you to sit beside her, which is an interesting sight because it's as intimidating as it was to be looked down on by everybody in that chamber only a few days before. You're now looking down on someone on the very circle that you were in. And there's this kind of, not a rush of adrenaline, but a rush of kind of, I'm back. Like, I'm back in a court. I have some standing, I have some power. But you know that it's not necessarily yours, you're just being afforded it. But it's still a wonderful rush to experience again. And the rest of the collective is there, and they all kind of nod to you. Amelia kind of looks at you and smiles. Sudi, it is good to have you.
I give her a respectful nod, but I'm really scared of saying anything.
In your head, you hear, it's okay, just take a breath. Don't worry, it will all be fine. And it's Amelia's voice in your head, but you see her voice, her mouth doesn't move, and she just kind of goes and sits on the throne. Now, as the Karakian diplomat is going to be brought in, Amelia reaches back out to you. Let me know if anything seems off, and we will discuss it after. She doesn't say this out loud, but she says it in your head again.
I give a small nod with a glance over to her.
There should be a pad of paper inside the desk and a quill at your disposal. Take whatever notes you like.
I get it out and start doodling on the paper.
Lady Marianne is kind of sitting there, half trying to look regal and important and half looking at you like, you're doodling? What the fuck? You know, but it works. Eventually, in a moment of silence, the doors open once again and a man kind of slowly walks in. You can see that he is bandaged around kind of the chest and stomach area. And he is in very fine clothes, but these bandages beneath an overcoat robe are obvious. He looks sore. He looks pained. He has dark skin, kind of short hair, almost buzz, but he's wearing kind of flowing thin linen robes of kind of a gold and red, in kind of this cream color white. And you would recognize this as the same diplomatic garb that otherwise is, customary of the Serac Wastes. He has an attendant with him that is carrying a number of books and scrolls and other kinds of supplies. And very quickly, a guard comes forward with a chair for the man, and puts it at the center of this circle. Although further back enough that he can look and easily talk to everybody. Amelia stands, and the man, with a pained groan, like it's obvious that he's hurt and recovering, just kind of bows and then looks back up and says, Amelia, it is good to see you. I wish it was under better circumstances. However, I appreciate the care that you took in safeguarding our travel across the sea and ultimately through the city. Dodani, for sure, and kind of looks to Dodani, as well as yourself, were quite skilled in defending against an assassination attempt. And given the loyalty of your subjects, it is no surprise that you have earned, to some degree at least, their loyalty. Or heroes to rise among you. Amelia kind of smiles and nods. It is good to see you. Now, I would wish to speak on, more delicate matters, but we do have matters of politics to discuss, and I would not wish to strain you. This is, of course, a strenuous activity, but on your insistence, we have begun this meeting early. I'm terribly sorry that you suffered any injuries. I just wish that we could have done more. The man kind of holds his hand up as he takes his own seat, and Amelia sits. There's no need. I must return home soon, and I will recover once business is done, but with dangers and threats and a changing landscape of the world, we must have these discussions early, and it is my duty to my Sultan to do my job, to make sure that this discussion happens. If I were to die 2 minutes after this is done, I will have completed my task. Or the loyalty that you have with your subjects, he has with me. And Amelia kind of nods and says, well, I come for a number of reasons. For those of you of the Collective Council, I am Manil Saravas Alfanril. I am a diplomat of the Serac Wastes, serving the Sultan Hadid Sandblaze. This Sandblaze Sultan wishes to speak and create an alliance with you, but we are not unaware of transgressions from the past. As such, as I come with business propositions, I also come with some form of reparations. And so, as a symbol of our penance and a symbol of our willingness to continue on the right foot, please take this. And the kind of young man that was there as his attendant just kind of sets these things down on a table, these books, these scrolls, as they get settled in, and then kind of puts his hands out in front of him and just goes boom, and pulls like that, and out of the air comes this chest. Very kind of dark palm wood, stained and dyed, and with gold bands around it. As the kind of young man turns and it falls into his hands and he catches it, he almost drops it because of its weight and goes and hands it off to a guard as quickly as possible. And the guard kind of tries, and then he needs another one, and they kind of slowly carry it up past and behind where you are to where Amelia is. They check it just in case, and then they bring it to Amelia. Within these chests are the reparations for the sins of the Serac Wastes in the past under the regime of the Golden Lord Aiden Barbaros. Within these chests holds a total of 25,000 platinum pieces. Please, utilize this to support your people. This chest also comes with a note from the Sandblaze King. If you would allow me to read it. And Amelia kind of nods and is like, yes, please. She's very clearly trying to not like look through the chest because it's bad form to do that. But he pulls out one of the scrolls from the side table and just kind of takes it out. To the Emperor or Empress of the Remont Empire, I, Adid Sandblaze, recognize the sins of my predecessor and wish to offer a recompense for these actions. I wish to ensure that a positive relationship may continue. As we have begun in the last few years, I would wish to assure the Remont Empire that no more of her ships, sailors, goods, or any other source of her people will be captured, taken, or sold to slavery by the Serac Wastes. In addition, slavery has been outlawed under the rule of the Sandblaze King. It is no longer practiced within the Serac Wastes, as it was under the Golden Lord.
But you can no, I have another half bag at home. You can.
The interest of this letter, as he says as he kind of rolls it up, is to ensure that these past actions will no longer take place. Amelia just kind of nods. Yes, I was aware of these, as my father struggled with them. And Amelia kind of sidelong glances to you, and in your head you hear the Serac Wastes used to take slaves, capture ships in international waters along the trade route, and sell those sailors into slavery, or press them into servitude otherwise. Even now, we slowly have sailors returning, finally home and reunited with their family. And then she turns back to the rest, to the diplomat, and the diplomat kind of nods. Now, I understand that this sum of money is a substitution for the lives that were lost in this time, but in the interest of further negotiations and the support of your own nation, I wish to offer it. Amelia nods. Your offering is definitely accepted. I appreciate this gesture for sure. I do also find comfort in the fact that the practice of slave trading is no longer put into practice within the Serac Wastes, as it has not been in the Remont Empire since its inception. I believe that business can continue between our two nations, but you have further points to make. And the man kind of nods. Yes, we would seek an alliance in the war effort with the Remont Empire. As you are aware, the Serac Wastes borders the Libet Empire. While we have not been attacked as of yet, we see the threat that the Libet Empire poses to the Mistkeep. And in a drastic change from the past regime, would like to leave the tentative alliance that we have with the Libet Empire in an effort to bolster our own standing with the Remont. This treaty, and he kind of hands a scroll off to the young man, who hands it off to a guard, who checks it and then brings it to Amelia, and he pulls out his own copy of it. This treaty has been developed by the Sultan himself. This treaty, and kind of describes it, outside of all of this kind of legal treaties-wise, kind of language, it basically amounts, as he ends up talking at length with it, to if the Serac Waste is attacked, the Remont Empire will lend weapons, troops, supplies to help repel the Labette Empire or whatever invading force there is. In return, the Serac Waste will do the same. They will offer their support in terms of troops, weapons, supplies against any invading force that the Remont Empire is under attack by. Amelia kind of sits there reading it, thinking, and passes it off along the kind of semicircle, first towards the kind of Yamas woman, the half serpent woman, who takes it and kind of reads through it. She's, as you would be somewhat aware, she is the international representative. She tends to deal with international relations in diplomacy. And so while abroad, she would be otherwise handling these kinds of things. But they all kind of take their turns reading it, and eventually it circles its way back to Lady Marianne next to you, who lets you read over her shoulder, and it does just effectively amount to that, and you don't see much else wrong. Like, you don't see much of anything that seems to be like a hidden clause or anything else like that. Amelia kind of looks down and smiles. This treaty is a worthwhile discussion point, and we will just continue to discuss it over the next few days as we take the time to consider. I hope you understand. And the diplomat just kind of sighs and nods, and yes, and you can see his injuries are starting to wear on him, even now during the discussion. Yes, I fully understand. In the interest of your nation and her people, take all the time you need, but I regrettably must urge speed or haste, as I will be returning within the week. And she kind of nods. Yes, I would love to have this handled before you leave. Now, what do you know of the Doke Kingdom? And the diplomat just kind of looks at her with this puzzled expression. The Doke Kingdom is an enigma. Very few individuals return from the landscape, but it is a jungle. It is mostly unsettled. There is very little government organization. It is a fledgling nation. It could be guided, potentially. Kind of Amelia nods. That's what we've been aware of as well. And on the off chance that the Doke Kingdom were to ally themselves with the Labette Empire, would you be willing to ally with us against them in an attempt to guide their hand in another way with our support? The man kind of thinks. That would be up to the Sultan, but given the treaty's parameters, if any nation, including the Labette Empire, but not exclusive to the Labette Empire, were to attack the Remont or the Serac Wastes, each would come to each other's aid. This same treaty will be offered to the Mistkeep, though there is little chance of its success there. Amelia kind of nods. I'm aware, but it's a very worthwhile first step. He kind of nods. She looks down at him. Is there anything else, or should we leave you to rest? And he kind of nods, and you can see beneath his kind of robes, there's a small, darker section that comes up because it seems like he split a stitch or something. With your trained medical eye, you get the sense that, like, he's probably not supposed to be up and about right now. He was on the brink of death and just barely survived an attack, and he is doing his damnedest to do his job. He has a strong sense of duty, enough that he is putting himself at, like, medical risk to have this meeting. No, if I may, one more problem. The Serac Waste policy is that slavery is no longer available and no longer practiced within our borders. However, we have struggled with an independent group of slavers that have taken up practice within the Dune Sea of the Deep Desert region. Now, I am aware of, in the coming days, a group of heroes to be celebrated. If you could possibly lend them to aid in apprehending or, at the very least, slaughtering these slavers, I will give you all of the information possible. And should you send them our way, the Sultan, I'm sure, will reward them for their efforts. She kind of nods and kind of sidelong glances at you without trying to make it obvious. And just, unfortunately, this band of heroes is not a property or sponsored group by the crown, and therefore we have no official sway with them, but we can pass this message on. Should you be willing to share whatever information you have, we can pass this information on to them and see if they take an interest. And he kind of nods, you can see he's kind of starting to sweat. Yes, that would be very much appreciated. Now, of course, does the collective have anything that they would wish to discuss with me as the diplomat representative, or with the Sultan, as I can pass this information on? And there are a few questions, but none that catch interest. Things that are like, what's the Sarak West doing now? What do they have as their major trading group? Those kinds of things. Just kind of hammering out the, what have you got? What are you going to help us with? And kind of those things. And it's basic ideas and stuff like that. Amelia turns and looks at Lady Marianne, who kind of slowly nods. Please, if you would be so kind, Mr. Van Riel, I have respect for your station and would not risk any political embarrassment, but we have with us today one said hero from our group that we were speaking of earlier. And should she have any questions, as I'm sure she will, being a former Karakian citizen, would you be willing...
I'm like going like this.
Would you be willing to answer any questions she has? And he kind of nods and looks around trying to figure out who it is, and eventually lands on you and is like, nods, yes. In an official or unofficial capacity, I will have this discussion. What questions have you for me?
Sudi kind of goes like, oh, fuck.
The entirety of the collective is kind of looking at you, and it's kind of like everybody in the class turned around to look at you in their seats. You got called on by the teacher, and you're like, fuck it.
Never had to speak in court before. She asks, these band of slavers, give me a rough number.
A rough number, anywhere from 5 to 6. The individuals, as we have become aware of them, are a mixture of races. Half orc. We have a tiefling woman. We have a half elven man. We have a number of other races. And a odd individual. Seemingly tiefling, but defying information. All of the information afforded on tieflings is that they do not have wings, so perhaps this one is a cambion. However, these wings are not always present, and this individual has been known for their ferocity and their ability to immolate small groups of soldiers that have been sent to apprehend them in a burst of necrotic energy.
Sudi kind of looks around and goes, irrelevant question, does he seem to be a little bit unstable?
Does he seem to be unstable, or...
No, I'm asking
person.
the guy.
The woman.
Tiefling seeming man seem unstable.
All reports that have made their way to us is that this seemingly tiefling woman is extremely dangerous, filled with a rage that seemingly does not end, and terrifyingly strong. This individual, whether they are in their right mind or not, is of little consequence for the effect that she and this team are having on the wastes. Individuals from the Thunderspeakers clan, the Vora clan, have been captured and sold to slavery into the Remont Empire.
Do I know these names?
Yes. The Serac Waste is made up of a conglomeration of these different clans, these ancestral clans that were united when the first Serac Waste Nation was founded. The Thunderspeakers clan, from everything that you've heard about X, is probably the group that she traveled with for a time.
Oh, damn.
They're the people that are like, they're sand pirates. Under the Golden Lord, they were there to patrol the border and make sure that nobody entered along the border, or at least that was the official story. But they were there to patrol the border on these sand skimmer ships, and these sand skimmer ships that you would be aware of are basically long canoe size or kayak size or even just like a surfboard size structure that floats above the sand by like a foot and a half, similar to the carriage you rode in on. And they use a sail to catch the wind to fly over the sand itself. And so they are extremely fast. Small bands of this clan have been known in the founding of the Serac Waste to be extremely dangerous individuals that are very powerful and very maneuverable. They span the entirety of the Dune Sea in terms of territory. So if somebody else is picking them off and selling those warriors into slavery, they're probably pretty strong and they're probably pretty capable.
Okay. So I put down my little quill and I say, well, I'll speak with my fellows, but I promise nothing.
As much as I can request, I appreciate your support and your consideration. I did not catch your name. What is your name? Who might you be?
Fatima.
Fatima? And Amelia kind of gives another sidelong, like, what the fuck? And just Marianne just kind of puts a hand up and is like, just fucking go with it. And she's kind of like trying to help guide you through this situation. He says, well, Fatima, are you of a clan blood?
No.
No.
She's Fatima now.
Well, thank you very much for your consideration. Do you have any other questions? It seemingly has been, from what I have heard otherwise, quite a bit of time since you have been home. Is there anything I can offer for you?
I was getting to that.
Yeah.
It seems like these slavers are very dangerous people, and if you can't pinpoint what is wrong with this tiefling man, it's a very dangerous situation, is what I'm saying. If not from the goodness of our hearts to support these Serac wastes, what will you offer?
I believe there has been a misunderstanding. It is a tiefling woman. I do have her basic description. Relatively tall, dark hair, red skin with long curved horns, and dark demonic wings when they should ever prove to arise. Make a history check for me.
All right. 10.
10? Doesn't seem like anybody you've met before, and it's kind of hard to place it. But something about this is familiar as a description, and you're starting to be like, that sounds kind of like Lemba, but also like not. And so you're not quite sure, but something, you're like, you can't put your finger on it, but something is familiar about this description. Like you must have met this person before or seen them in some way, but you can't quite tell how. And you just keep circling back to, sounds like Lemba, sounds like Lemba. She gets wings every now and then. It sounds like, that kind of thing. But
I have it written down.
So, regardless, this group is extremely dangerous, and the Sultan would, of course, accept any proof of capture or death, and in that time would offer a reward commensurate with that deed being done. I unfortunately cannot speak to what the Sultan would be willing to offer. However, it would be a great boon to the wastes should these individuals be captured, as the Thunderspeakers clan stand in stark opposition to the Remont Empire along the border. A weakened border and a weakened clan disrupts the balance of the politics of the wastes and leaves us vulnerable to attack.
Naturally. This proof of death, this proof of capture, would the Sultan demand proof of this in person?
Potentially. Ultimately, we will know if the job is done if the slaves stop being taken.
I see. You will have your answer soon.
Yes, I thank you very much for your consideration. Is there anything else I can do for you?
I don't believe so.
There. Thank you very much for your time. Should you need me, I will retire to my quarters. And as he addresses the rest of the collective, and everyone stands as he kind of slowly makes his way up, and you can definitely see this blood coming from like around where his sternum is, where he got stabbed. And he's just kind of starts hobbling, very specifically trying to be dignified and make sure that no one's worrying about him as he leaves. And the doors slowly close as his attendant follows him out. And you and the rest of the collective are allowed to be in the room on its own. The doors have this blue light that shines up them from the base as they close. And Amelia turns to the rest of the collective. No one can hear us in this room now. So, what do we think? Sudi, do you have any insights?
Be like,
To be completely frank with you, Princess, you're asking me to give insight on a political situation I have not been in a... How do they put it in the Remont Empire? Hot minute?
Yes, I understand as much. I just, from another cultural perspective, the two cultural experts that we have typically within the collective are Lady Sharonis and Lady Marianne. And with a third, perhaps we can have additional insights. And so, seeing as you are potentially familiar in some degree, though I'm not sure how much, I thought it pertinent to see if you had any thoughts, any concerns. But if you have none, then perhaps this treaty is worthwhile. And kind of Lady Sharonis is like, yes, I do believe that this treaty could be very valuable. I believe that this would allow us to call them to aid very quickly should the Doke Kingdom prove to be more of a threat. Your party member, your friend Lothric, who currently has the deck of demon cards.
Yes.
Those cards are a symbol that the Doke Kingdom is a much larger player in this entire war effort than they would like anyone else to believe. As such, while he makes a fair point, we may have opportunities for you with the collective as well, of tasks on our own to support the Remont Empire. But those may be various. Now, I believe that this would allow us to tap the resources of the wastes in terms of information, supplies, arms, and aid, should the fighting ever bookend us from the Remont Empire and the Doke Kingdom. Kind of Marianne nods. I believe of this as well. Being surrounded by these two nations, we could handle the Doke Kingdom relatively quickly. But they are an unknown. And so an unknown should be taken very seriously, and we should take great caution in dealing with it. The Remont Empire is relatively known. The Serac Wastes has a history, the oldest nation on Ravion at this point. I believe that with the Serac Wastes, the power, the history that they have, we could repel any threat from both nations. Amelia kind of nods. Then, unless anyone has anything else to say, speak now or forever hold your peace. She kind of holds a quill, is ready to sign this treaty. Any objections?
I only have one word of advice.
Yes.
There is nothing, anything close to complete trust in Serac Wastes. It's not in our culture.
I believe as much. And Marianne is like, that is very wise words. We can agree on that. And she kind of nods, and Amelia says, trust was never part of this equation. She signs the treaty. Passes it off to an attendant. Well, have we any other business before we allow Sudi to return home? And the rest of the collective kind of slowly shakes their heads, and then the serpent woman, Lady Sharonis, kind of raises her hand for a pause, and the room goes quiet. Amelia, we've brought up a good point earlier. This group is not sponsored or beholden to the Remont Empire in any way. I would consider this a potential weakness, as these powerful individuals could be of great benefit to the Remont Empire in her own right. Should we not make a play to gain their trust? Or at the very least, if trust is not a part of their culture, should we not offer them an incentive to work with us rather than potentially working against us? And Amelia kind of nods. Yes, I believe that may be worthwhile. More details will come then, Sudi, but in the coming days, hours, before the reward ceremony, I would like to visit you all with Didani and discuss exactly what a sponsorship with the Remont Empire might entail. Give you all the information that you would need for making that sort of a decision. And should you wish to undergo this sponsorship, be able to announce your rough allegiance to the Remont Empire, as this sponsorship does not require complete obedience or allegiance, just a gain of some sort of trust. Would that be all right if we came by?
If it's all, you can come by. I promise nothing else.
That is fair enough. I would not want to put you on the spot here today to make a decision for the rest of your group. God forbid. But at the same time, I would wish to leave the conversation open. And that is all I would ask. So, in in time, we will come by the house that you are all staying in, the Bernard house, I've heard. And we will discuss exactly what this sponsorship would end up meaning.
I'll tell them to expect a pretty face at the door.
Very well, and thank you. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I haven't eaten all day, so I am going to go and have some breakfast. And you know, at this point, it's probably like noon. She's been very busy, apparently. So she kind of stands, and the rest of the collective nods, and as she leaves, they all wait in place. Lady Marianne kind of keeps you in place. And then the minute she's gone out of the room, everyone kind of slowly scatters. It's kind of a, we need to offer our respect for the ruler of this place. And, you know, not quick run out when she's there, but like, you know, something. It's a little thing. But then she turns to you. Well, you were on your best behavior. I am proud of you.
I can be nice.
It's very good. Well, shall we return?
Sudi nods and makes to follow her.
Yeah. So you make your way back out to the carriage, and you get back in. Make a perception check for me.
Uh-oh. I'm really perceptive. 17.
17. Easy enough to see. She has dangling from her hip a holy symbol. This holy symbol is a set of wings and a sword down the middle. Almost like a winged sword.
That's not the Scarlet Maiden.
No, you would know that it is not. You can make a
Okay.
religion check to see if you recognize it.
Wisdom or religion?
Religion.
Okay. 14.
14. This is the holy symbol of the kind of winged light, the Lady of Redemption. It seems that she has some connection or tie of worship to the kind of redeeming maiden. Typically seen as someone that is a rescuing force, someone that, you know, wants to help people as they grow and change. She kind of catches you looking. Yes. This supposed reason that I was so punished. But that's a story for the carriage. And she kind of opens the door and lets you in. Lets you kind of find your seat, and then she joins you. The carriage lurches and then begins to move. And once again, it's a very smooth ride. Well, I made you a promise.
Do I get my reward for being so good?
Yes, that you do. It was not long that I was in the prison of Shadeside Palace, but unfortunately it was long enough for me to forget exactly how long it was. Day after day in the dark. Eventually these wounds healed, as I'm sure you would imagine. But it took time. From what I remember, there was simply nothing. And so, if you could humor me for a moment, please, close your eyes and just listen.
Sudi gets a little nervous. But, hold on, one second.
Yes.
I would like to prepare a spell, if I can. I know we're not in combat.
But you can prepare it. What spell would you like to prepare?
Dimension Door.
Okay. So you keep your hand ready for Dimension Door. I believe that it's an action to cast, so you're pretty much hand at the ready, and I'm not going to make you be like every 6 seconds of the story you lose a spell slot, because that's dumb, but you have it ready, and you're ready to go if it's a problem.
Yep. Okay, I've got Dimension Door in my back pocket, and then I close my eyes.
Close your eyes. Picture for a moment that you have been in a dry jail cell, in the dark, with nothing. You can hear people crying, whimpering, asking what they've done wrong. Why were you put there? You were put there because you had, in theory, a connection to the vassal hands. And you know this, the vassal hands were a group of rebels during Aiden Barbaros' rule. Having no real connection to the vassal hands, your worship of the Lady of Redemption earned you a drastic punishment. No proof was leveled against you towards this connection. That line was not pursued because there was no evidence. Instead, this sultan outlawed the worship of the Lady of Redemption, and in that same breath has you arrested, taken to the court, and interrogated. But not before he takes your eyes. In that dungeon, do you imagine what you would do for your freedom, for sight alone? And so, I got very used to hearing the sounds of the dungeon. The squeak of rats, the cries of women and children that were put in there, the feeling of sandstone and iron bars. And then finally, a little bit of hope as my lady sent a redeemer for me. A small collection of people, not the guards, as now you know their footsteps by heart, sneaking cautiously through the tunnels beneath the dungeon and up and out through the worm's cage. And then opening each cell. You are given food for the first time in days. You are given water for the first time in days. And a man's voice speaks to you. He assures you it will all be all right. He assures you that life need not end here, and he takes you with him. Now, this was me. Unfortunately, I was waylaid and told to run, as that group began to fight the guards. In that night air of the palace, I found myself running through unfamiliar corridors, and finally slamming against a door and pushing my way out, thinking an escape was possible, but finding not the steps of Shadeside Palace, but the tile of the throne room. You would hear a laugh from a man familiar, because it was the same laugh that he had ended up chuckling as he took your eyes. And that laugh turns into a monologue of how you are nothing. Your life will end in a heartbeat compared to their lifespan. And then you hear that same redemption, that same redeeming voice come to you from behind and challenge that man. Now, the battle that ended up ensuing was, of course, not witnessed by me, but I could hear the cries of brave men and women as they took shield and blade against the Sultan himself, and presumably the beasts he conjured. Picture finally one terrible roar in the blasting of glass as it is shattered. And then finally, as you are crawling your way out over the broken glass, cutting your hands, your knees, you hear a victory cry behind you. And you continue to crawl out until eventually you find the steps of the palace, and finally someone finds you and aids you onto a ship. You can open your eyes. That is all I know of the night that Aiden Barbaros fell, and the Sandblaze King took reign. That is the night I boarded a ship, and it took me here. That was the night that I finally got the freedom that I needed. She kind of smiles at you. I don't expect you to understand or believe, but I am telling you the truth.
You are saying it was the goddess's divine will?
I am saying, had that man not taken me from the cell, I would still be there, and I would likely be dead.
You have no recollection of who this man is?
I have discovered who. Only through the collective. This is the man that ascended the throne. The Sandblaze King, in his incursion, freed the prisoners. Freed me. And though I had to do a good portion of my own rescuing, they were the catalyst needed, and even came to my aid as the Golden Lord loomed over me.
Well, he was always a bleeding heart.
Well, do with this information what you will. However, I know what happened there that night only in that form. I would encourage you to be open and learn, and see for yourself what the truth really is, because that is all that we can do. And as we are well aware of now, trust is not in our culture. She kind of smiles. Well, you are home now. She kind of gestures out the window, and you can see the carriage slowly coming to a stop in front of your guys' house. It has been good to speak with you, Sudi.
It has been an adjective to speak with you as well.
Well, I suppose any adjective may fit. Now,
I'm sorry, I used up all my niceness at the
I am aware.
convention.
I should have been more prepared. But, as I said, do not forget, I will get you a taste of home. She kind of smiles as the door opens and one of the guards just kind of gestures to let you out.
I hop out and I regard her with some suspicion as I do so.
Do you want to make an insight check?
Yes.
So
Oh! 5.
5. Wow, not really sure what's going on with her. It's really hard to tell. You're still reeling from everything at this point is probably the best way to describe it. You're not sure what end is up with that right now.
Yeah.
And though she smiles warmly, in the back of your mind, you hear a voice. The tactician's voice.
Ah!
She could be lying.
Oh.
You'll never know. And then it's gone.
Joke's on you, tactician. I always assume everybody is lying.
So, the carriage pulls away as she waves to you and gives a little bow. And then the rest of that group with the guards continues on, and you are left standing just inside the gate of your home.
All right. I make my way inside.
Yeah, easy enough. You're able to get in your own house.
I sure hope so.
Yeah, exactly. But you're able to get in easily enough. And I would assume the rest of everybody else is still there. The first thing that catches your eye is that Judith has been enjoying coloring on the wall just inside the door.
Oh.
Oh boy.
I did not condone this.
Is she there coloring right now, or do I just see her?
No, there's just the evidence of it. It's a picture of you jumping into a cloud pulled by some very badly drawn horses.
Oh.
Yay. I give it a smile. I like this girl's anarchic spirit.
Alright.
And
The rest of you hear that front door open and close.
Oh, okay. I go in there then. Very great. Welcome her back, I guess.
Celeste kind of comes in around the corner from the sitting room area.
Welcome back.
You see the drawing too.
Oh.
oh, don't say it like that. I think it's quite nice.
I mean, it's great. But maybe not on the wall.
What's wrong with your wall? It's the biggest canvas.
Okay, yeah. You're not wrong.
If you don't want her to draw on the wall, get a bigger canvas.
I might have to do that. That was a good idea. We should get her some paints. Next time at the store.
At this point, it's probably just after noonish.
Do we have some lunch?
We should. We should gather the peanut gallery here. We have a job offer. 2, in fact.
Oh. Okay. I go into the kitchen and I start whipping some of that.
All right. Easily enough for you. You're able to whip some up some lunch. Yeah. Judith is at this point going to eat whatever you really tell her to, because she's learned that that's what she has to do regardless. It never ends well if she fights it, so she might as well just do it. But
Making a sandwich.
yeah, so she's even more happy to just eat it.
Hers is toast fillings. I'll toast her bread for her. Some like tomatoes, some lettuce, some ham.
You making a grilled BLT?
Kinda. I don't know if they have bacon in this world, but
It's, yeah, they would.
okay. And it's a BLT. I'm making her a BLT.
Nice.
Same with everyone.
The rest of you all are able to have your sandwiches.
It's a sandwich.
Sandwich.
Damn it.
Sandwich. Levian.
Damn it. Oh, it's a good sandwich. Only the best. I hand her the sandwich. Okay, you eat this, okay?
Okay.
I chose the bread specifically for you.
It's toast?
Basically.
Yes. She just starts going nuts on it.
Good girl.
I like this in here. And kind of pulls out a piece of bacon and starts eating it.
Well, you're supposed to have it all together, but I guess that works. Go and start eating my sandwich. Do you have 2 jobs?
Well, one job, one the offer to be on retainer. In short, the Remont Empire is interested in keeping us as little dogs. Attack dogs. The little ones with the very sharp teeth.
Those little yip dogs?
Yes, exactly. The ones that go, yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
They basically want to keep us around and have us do their bidding.
So we're their mercenaries, essentially?
Essentially. I'm not sure I like the idea, to be perfectly honest with you. The princess is pretty, but I don't trust any of her advisors as far as I can throw them. And my strength stat is not high.
I turn the rest of the group. You guys think?
Gonna be a big old no from. Do you know how much lying and deceit I had to do to get them to trust us? I don't trust them. But I did not want to go to jail, nor did I want anybody else of us to get in trouble, so I lied. I also did a spell detect magic and found them. Never gonna live that down.
You say live it down like
thing because
you say live it down like it's a bad thing.
No, it's a bad thing because I never want to live it down. I want to always tell people that I did a magic thing that worked and it helped. And then I lied and did deceit.
Will they give us anything for helping them? You know?
Oh, they'll pay us.
Well, that might be nice. We'll have a source of income. Essentially.
What's the income? We're all fucking rich.
Yeah, we could be richer.
You know how they say the greedy.
I'd rather have my wealth be in knowledge, books, and magic things.
That's a good point. That was a good point.
By the way, where is Vicky?
They'll be here soon. I told them to let me know when they get here so we can let them in. I should probably have this out just in case they do.
So that I can go. Okay.
X and Lumba are at this point, what I will say, their general opinion is that they're wary but intrigued. They want to know more.
I'm the same. I'm on the fence.
Yeah, I just want to know more. It's not because I want to get with the princess, but it's a business opportunity, and we should be considering business opportunities. Lemma is just yeah, Lemma is just kind of like, you just want to get with the princess. She's like, no, I don't. I mean, I do, but
Oh, there are so many things I want to say what she is, but I can't. Because it's so wrong on so many levels. Being a furry, I know. I will not say them out loud because they are opposites. How bad in the night. Think about what I'm
yeah. So,
I really am on the fence. I'm not sure. I will have to have some more details.
I'm sure you can speak
just
with your
kill them
princess
all.
herself, or at least one of her goons.
No,
I'm sorry, are we about to plan another assassination?
probably.
No,
No,
I'm a little burnt out on assassinations right now.
no, I don't want to assassinate anybody. But I'm just saying, wouldn't it be nice if we all just kind of. I think that'll be great. Now I'm the only one out there. Yeah, I'm doing great.
You got enough sleep, right?
Yes, I did.
So,
So they want us to be their mercenaries. And you said they have a job for us as well?
Well, the job doesn't come from the Remont Empire. In fact, it comes from the Syrac Wastes.
Oh,
And this one I'm a bit more positive about.
okay, let's hear it.
we were gonna head there.
If we're going to head there anyways. I bring out my little notepad. I stole the quill, by the way. I did take it.
Not surprised.
Yeah, you can add a quill to your inventory if you really want.
I will, thank you.
Just put quill and then in the notes put stolen.
Yeah. Illegal quill.
It is a very nice quill. It is a white feather, but it has this blue kind of shell sheath around it to keep it nice, and a gold silvered tip. Kind of this
Yeah.
brass and then silvered tip where the ink is so that it can actually be nice. So it's like a really nice quill.
Add equipment, add custom item. Oh, wow. Oh, that doesn't like me adding a custom item. Hold on.
Yeah, they get weird for that.
Quill. Description. Parentheses. Stolen.
Am I surprised that Sudi would have a stolen quill in her inventory? No.
Not surprised.
Alright. So she whips out her little notepad and she goes, the Waste would like us to apprehend a group of 5 to 6 slavers. Apprehend, kill, either or. They need proof they're gone. They need those operations to stop.
Great, let's
All
do
in
that
all,
job.
Yes, let's see, a little more positive on this front. There is a catch.
What?
There seems to be some crazy shit going on with the races of these slavers. We've
Lemma
got
kind of
your
perks up.
regular
Crazy
old
how?
half-orc, your tiefling, your half-elven man. And there's one that, she squints at her notes. Now, call me crazy. There's one that is a tiefling and is a tiefling woman. She's tall, dark hair, red skin, long curved horns, and demonic wings.
Lemma perks up.
I'm sorry, what was that last part?
Demonic wings. That rings a bell to me.
Lamba?
Yes?
What are your wings?
Their wings? I don't know.
What do they look like?
Well, here, and she just thumps them out, and they're kind of these light-colored feathered wings. At this
Great, they're
point.
not her. You can put them on.
Well, of course it wasn't me. I'm not a slaver.
Yeah, well, we don't know all that much about Nephilim, so maybe you just don't remember that part of your life. It was so horrible.
Isn't this happening right now,
Indeed, it is happening right now.
or at least yesterday?
Timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly, mumbo-jumbo.
I appreciate your confidence in me, Lothric, but I can't be in two places on the planet at the same time.
I can. I have spells for that.
It's not
Shit.
I'm just saying. Anyways,
Okay, so we know it's not.
Anywho.
Okay, so we know it's not Bamba. Okay.
Lumba, do you know anyone, perhaps?
I mean, what else do you know about them?
that's it. That's all the information I have.
Just that
Demonic
there's
wings?
a woman with demonic wings.
She's feisty. She's a little unstable. I don't know. X, is that your kind of woman?
Well, I refuse to say.
Oh my god.
Actually,
The,
we're not going to have relations with a slaver if we meet this slaver and she is hot. We're not
Yeah, we are
allowed
going to kill her.
I mean,
The other
shove
thing
me
is that
down.
she tends to have apparently a very bad habit of incinerating platoons of soldiers.
Yeah, you're not getting with that bitch. She'll burn you to a crisp before you even get near her.
that's hot.
Literally.
Trying to think of what Caroline would do for this. I feel like that's it.
I think you got it down.
Yeah. She's gonna listen back to the video for this and be like, huh.
That makes you uncomfortable, how close
So they blow people up? Like, how?
I'm assuming with the power of magic.
Okay, is it like when and this is Lemba speaking, but she's like, is it like when do you remember the Ettercap's nest? Did a lot of damage and blew everything up.
I don't personally remember that. When was that?
You don't. You guys went down into a Ettercap's nest beneath Lothric's old base, and as a last-ditch effort, yeah, she flew into the air up, and then had a burst of radiant at the time energy that went out in like a shockwave and did a bunch of damage to everything.
Cool.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Wow.
Yeah. So, is that sound familiar to anybody else?
It might be the same thing.
Do you have any other descriptions of them?
Well, if you want to take a look at my notes here.
She kind of takes your notes, and I would assume that you wrote down all of like the things that he was saying for other descriptions.
Yes. I did.
Anybody that wants to look through these notes, make me a history check. Except for you, Celeste.
God, why?
Oh,
Sorry.
Why?
16?
What? I can't fucking read?
No.
You're calling me illiterate?
You calling me illiterate?
Okay. Wow.
So do you want to know what you got?
Yeah, but
Okay.
Yeah.
You have an idea about who this person is based on both of your history checks. Celeste, you would have no concept of this, which is why you didn't get a check. You've seen a statue of this person before.
no fucking hell!
Yeah.
No, damn
I
it!
actually have no fucking clue.
Exactly. And
No! Are you fucking serious? All the way back from that time?
yep.
From the
Yeah. From the sarcophagi when you were in Lemba's tomb.
Oh, Bruce Lee! Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Celeste was not there.
That's right, right.
oh my frickle! I literally was thinking that too, and I was
Yeah.
just like, what?
So that is a very familiar description to the woman that had a statue. Not the young one, but the older one.
So she God?
No. But there were 3 statues. One of them was clearly Lemba, because she called it out as being like, this is what I looked like when I was younger.
It was the young one, it was the old woman, and it was the man, and I was in the man's one because it was the wolf one, I think, right?
No, it was the woman.
I went in the woman?
Yeah.
I thought I went in the guys.
No, you went into the woman's.
Who went into the guys?
I don't remember who.
I don't think anybody did.
I thought I went into the guys. Okay, what?
Because there was a wolf person still on the inside of the woman's.
Okay, now
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah. So
Grab up this too. So
Uh-huh.
also, like,
it's been a minute. But you immediately remember that.
Only been like,
I know. Okay.
Want to share the information that you remembered with everybody? Or
yeah. I tell the information. It's just like, I know exactly who this is.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're pretty sure that that's a pretty solid hunch. Like you're convinced that that's a pretty solid hunch.
Yeah, so for you, Celeste, there were these sarcophaguses. I fell into, well, no. I got into one, and the lid magically closed, and I fell into the eyes of this really creepy woman.
We shut him in there.
It was magic!
Let's take it back.
Magic.
Okay.
Magic. Ooh, that's it. And I looked into the eyes of this woman, and yeah, weird things happen, and it's a pretty good description of what city was given. So I'm pretty sure it's her.
She wasn't in the sarcophagus.
No, it was like a beautiful like etching engraving thing, but it was still creepy as
It
fuck.
was an etching of a werewolf now
Yeah,
on the inside of that one.
yeah, there was that, and on the outside it was right.
Right.
Yep.
Do you have any knowledge of this ever?
Make a history check.
Have I ever encountered it?
Glad that wasn't an actual roll. That wasn't that one that I just rolled for nothing.
What is it? What is it? Tell me!
It's history.
It's like 16.
Oh my god.
Okay, it's a 16.
That's what I was
It
saying.
didn't tell me the pop-up. It just...
They gave me the top of it up.
I know, I had to check. It's 16.
It doesn't
Thank you.
seem like anything familiar.
What's up?
You're like, I've heard of sarcophagi.
Yeah, okay.
That's the new term that we're calling this.
I'm good at graveyard, so I
Yeah, you understand that as like a practice,
yeah.
but you've never heard of ones that have a person carved into the outside that then also have another person different on the inside
That's a little...
that are magic. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fucking weird. Anyway. It's really strange.
Yeah,
I've
we
never heard of that
left.
before. Are they all in the same area at least? Or are they spread out throughout the kingdom? Excuse me.
Suiting, that's a question for you. The crypts, you mean, or the
No,
targets?
The targets.
Okay.
Sorry, the targets. Are they spread out or are they together?
Oh shit, I don't think I wrote that down.
Hey, DM, what is it?
You knew
Yeah.
they said that they're operating somewhere out of the Dune Sea.
The Dune Sea. Okay, yes.
The trouble is, the Dune Sea is a massive place where there's like nothing there. It is for the majority of it, the most northern chunk of the Serac Wastes, where it is just endless dunes in this desert, and there really isn't anything there.
Like right here. All of this up in northern part.
Yeah.
Thought it was a sea.
Yeah, it's a dune sea. It's sand dunes.
It's sand. It's sand.
Dunes! Dunes like Dune! Oh, God. Okay, duh. So they're just in there somewhere? I don't know, that's super wonderful.
So they're kind of as a wide territory that they could be in. Part of the issue is what they said that would lead you to assume that you have some idea of where they are is that they're selling their captives into slavery to the Labette Empire. So they must be operating at the very least at some points near the border for the Labette Empire.
And then where's the
Capital is Shadeside. Nope.
captions?
There.
And this is the
Nope,
No,
that's the Serac Waste.
Well, that empire is
It is-
right above it.
They are
Oh,
literally
right,
labeled.
right here.
Literally the biggest thing with that.
Okay,
Well, that empire. Yeah.
Yeah. The Labette Empire is quite a bit of territory. They expand.
Europe.
Yeah, right. The Labette Empire is pretty much that whole kind of north and then east section.
So it's
From
this-
where it cuts off along where the legend of the map is, along that mountain range, and then all the way down to that cut where the two seas kind of pinch around the Serac Wastes.
Okay, so,
That is a lot of territory.
so it's the Labette versus the Gem. Okay, that's the one that's right on
No. It is the Labette versus the Mistkeep, which is right next
Oh
door.
my god.
Yeah, Labette and Mistkeep are fighting, but Labette is also not on great terms with the Remont Empire or the Serac as well.
Yeah.
The ones that are fighting are Mistkeep and Labette at the most.
The history that for the most part you guys would know is that the Labette Empire has a history of sticking their nose where that doesn't belong. It has a history of trying to cause problems for the sake of causing problems by having proxy wars,
So,
where they sponsor like a warlord.
so like the United States.
Kinda, yeah. It's like that, but they're like hostile and they're extremely problematic because they don't have very many allies because they stick their nose everywhere. They're also, yeah, they're kind of also religiously intolerant. They have approved gods for worship, and they have 3 out of the entire pantheon. And if you worship a god that is not in that pantheon of their approved deities, it's like a crime. So they will allow people to not worship, but it's either worship one of the approved 3 or not at all. And so they have a lot of holy crusades at the same time, where it's a holy mission. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the 3 approved deities are the Dark Deceiver, the Queen of Decay, and the Stormbreaker.
Warbreaker. Okay.
Yeah. Outside of those kinds of things, those are like, it's really fairly public, though, that bit of information. But other than that, you don't know much else for context. So, otherwise, do you want to kind of take the rest of the day and consider everything and
Yeah, I think we need to like
have a night and sleep on that? Yeah,
leave. It's a very
that'll work. So you guys end up finding a easy enough rest. Nobody is taking watch because it's your house.
I lock all the doors and stuff. Following.
Yeah, you lock your doors, you put Judith to bed,
Yeah. Go to bed.
but, you know. In the middle of the night, Sudi, you hear a panicked at the door.
At her door or at the door?
At the front door. She's just the person that's closest to the front door.
Okay. I cracked the door open a bit.
Make a perception check.
Oh, great. Okay. Uh-huh. 11?
11. You just barely catch a glimpse of a woman in tattered kind of clothes and muddied, running off down the street. And as you take a step forward to get a better look, you step on something. And you look down and there is a piece of paper set down on the front step.
I pick up a piece of paper and read it.
All
If
right.
it says anything.
Check your Discord. What you have in your hand, otherwise, for a little bit more description, is a piece of parchment paper with handwritten note stuff on it. And it is smeared in with blood in a few places.
Well.
Oh, where's it going?
So, as you kind of go back in and lock the door and take the time to read it, I assume in your room and that privacy.
Oh yeah, this gets scuttled away.
Yeah, you all find a good evening's rest. No other disturbances. And the rest of that next day is yours. Eventually, as that morning comes, you receive another knock at your door. And Sudi, it kind of puts you on edge. But when you open the door, you see the smiling face of Amelia and then Didani behind her with a number of guards now surrounding the property to like ensure that no one gets in to try to re-assassinate the princess. And she says, well, hello everyone. You know, I came by, I know I talked with Sudi about what sponsorship might entail for the rest of your group. Ultimately, the decision is completely up to you, but do you all have a moment to discuss?
Yes. We should discuss.
Great. Okay. Let's take a seat here. And everyone kind of sits down, and Judith kind of sits down cross-legged, like by the coffee table, drawing on the edge of the coffee table as they're kind of sitting there. And Amelia's like, "Oh, you're so cute. What's your name?" And Judith's like, "My name is Judith." And she sees a picture of what she's drawing, which is once again the dead people that had found her. And she's like, "Oh, that's wonderful. The drawing you have." Trying to figure out how to be like, it's okay, you know.
Yeah.
But eventually she kind of sits down for the moment and just kind of talks with you all. Small talk for a little bit at first, but ultimately when it comes down to discussing what the actual sponsorship opportunity is, Amelia kind of gets a little bit more serious and puts herself together a little better. Well, I understand if even after this you need some time to consider, but it would be remiss of us as leading or governing forces to not attempt to gain the support of powerful individuals such as yourselves. We would like to discuss sponsoring you and, you know, the group as the Crimson Tide. To detail what that would actually entail, you would of course not be beholden to the Empire in any official capacity. We would, however, like to put down the roots or the foundation of an established trust, more so than we have so far. What this sponsorship would mean is that you have access to supplies and aid from the Remont Empire. When you have troubles out in the field for anything, we would be able to come to your aid in an actual official capacity. And otherwise, if you have anything that you need of us while you're around in town, we would be able to help supply you with even just small modicum trinkets of things like a healing potion or, you know, discounted rates on any of the established vendors within the town here. But what this would mean, because I know Sudi is looking for what the catch is, as she should, is that you swear an oath to remain vigilant in understanding that sensitive information, like confidential information, cannot be shared. The sponsorship would allow us to reach out to you for help with special projects or special missions that we, as the Crown, deem necessary, before we would reach out to the Army or something as sensitive as an infiltration mission or anything else. We may reach out to you to see if you have interest in the position or interest in the task. If you are, you must remain tight-lipped on what the actual details of this mission are. Should you accept it or not, you are forbidden from speaking anything about the mission that could put it in jeopardy, remaining that it is confidential, and allowing yourself to, if the threat is important enough or if it is deemed necessary enough, have the memory of the briefing wiped from you. That's the catch. Other than that, you are your own group. You are not soldiers, you are not conscripted, but you do have access to what the Remont Empire would call special tasks. There just is that catch there. No. It will depend on if you would pass a trial. This trial is just a task that ends up being posed to people that would like to be sponsored from the Remont Empire to ensure that there are very little secrets or things that could otherwise limit their capacity to work in this capacity. But an easy enough trial is not necessarily dangerous by any means, just something that must be undertaken so that we have trust established on both sides, or at least the foundation of it. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any.
I don't think I have any either.
Well, if you all need some time to consider, by all means do so. Otherwise, in the coming days, here, we would like to request your attendance at your own awards ceremony within the Garden of Heroes outside of the palace. At this point, anybody that we know has connection to you, like Celeste, your mother, has been invited to this celebration, though I don't know, based on what Didani has told me, that she will attend. But if there's anybody else that you would like specially requested to be invited, please let me know and we will see what we can do to have them attend. But you will be recognized for your service and granted a reward for this service. Other than that, take whatever time you need. Yes.
If say we were to join your efforts and there's a small mistake that happens, what would happen to us?
What small mistake would you be implying?
Well, mistakes happen.
If anything should go wrong,
Yes.
then it will go wrong. So, how
Exactly. If anything were
are
to
we going to be
go wrong.
reassured that we might receive compensation or something like that afterwards?
If something were to go wrong with the equipment that we have supplied you,
Or even just the mission at hand.
whatever the mission that you undertake, there is the support of the Remont Empire. As such, I would hope, of course, that no mission goes horrifically wrong. But should something occur, there can absolutely be discussions of support as to what exactly the best course of action would be. But there are signaling capabilities that we outfit all of these sponsored groups with. You are not the first and you will not be the last, but there are not many. This in and of itself is something that we typically don't advertise. But should you in the field have an issue, you are able to communicate with us rather rapidly, and someone will be able to rush to your aid should it become necessary. But depending on the mission and depending on where you are, it may not always be possible. Now, understand that these sorts of tasks are, by their very nature, dangerous to some degree, but I have the hunch that you all are willing to go into a little bit of danger as long as you think you can handle it. And so these tasks are not handed and enforced. You are allowed to turn them down.
Yeah, that's good.
Should you find a task too much for your expected capabilities, you can turn it down.
Well, if you have any other questions or think of later, we can always reach out to you.
Absolutely. Yes, anything that you might run into, please reach out and we will discuss. Other than that, if anything that you should need, please reach out. I know that you are planning to go abroad soon. Are you planning on bringing the little one with you?
I don't know if we fully have talked about this or not. I think there's part of us that don't want her to come with and be scared. And I think there's a part of us that does want her to come with because we're missing. So
What?
I don't know if we fully have talked about it yet.
I see. Well, should you have need of any other support, we can see what we can do. You have saved my life twice now. At the very least that I'm aware of. I, for one, would not be opposed to making sure that this little girl gets an education. and watching her while you take on these tasks. So, consider it. It's by no means any pressure. I don't want to make any of this something that you feel as though you have to accept or anything, including the sponsorship. I just want to pose the opportunity to you. As such, I believe I will allow you the rest of your day unharassed. If you have need of me, please feel free. Drop by the palace and I will see what we can do. What we can discuss and what answers we can give you. And Amelia and Didani kind of take their leave from there, and the rest of you are allowed to just kind of be for whatever time you would like. Where we're coming to now is you guys kind of have whatever time you want, but if you want to, we can skip ahead to the awards ceremony.
Yes.
So
Come back to whatever.
yeah. So unless there was anybody that you wanted to get invited to this award ceremony, that was the other option.
No one I think would actually show up.
Sudi received a letter in the middle of the night from a bloody, tattered cloth woman that ran off without being captured or discussed with. And she took it to her room and read it on her own. Nobody knows. It was the middle of the night. But Celeste collected your letter for you. So that is kind of where we're at for everything. News of your guys' escapades has at the very least reached quite a bit, because the Remont Empire has the mentality of the same thing that like the US had after World War I, World War II, where it was like, we need to get these scientists on our side. They're like, we need to get this party on our side, that kind of thing. And so while they want to sponsor you and it doesn't make you like a legionnaire or a soldier or a conscripted individual, they're doing what they can to woo you guys. So you guys are getting quite a bit of a reward for your efforts, and it's highly publicized. It's like in all of the local newspapers kind of a thing, and all of the national newspapers. So people even abroad will very likely have heard to some degree of your names.
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, you're in the public eye now.
Hey.
Yeah, so it depends on if you want the sponsorship offer or not. But they're pretty much doing everything they can to woo you. Otherwise, in the interest for that brevity, you all are summoned to the Garden of Heroes. In the coming days, you are taken by carriage, another one of the fancy carriages that Sudi got to ride in, that floats about 1.5 feet off the ground with no wheels. You are all taken in a couple carriages, because it'll hold about 4 each, including with Judith, to the Garden of Heroes just outside the back of the palace that overlooks the ocean. So you can look out and see the wide expanse of ocean and the city, and there are numerous statues. That's the thing that you notice probably first going into this garden. There's a number of different statues. One is of like a human man that has a sickle, and he's, labeled for different things, but there's not too much. They've been here a while. Just people of note, people of recognition that have done very, very great deeds. There is quite a few, but they take you up to this kind of elevated section and settle you in kind of with the palace behind you. The rest of the collective, Remont collective, kind of file in and settle up along the side, kind of in chairs behind you as the guard sets up the entire area. And then finally, slowly, over the course of like an hour or so, the crowd begins to build on the lower level of the rest of the garden proper. The rest of the garden otherwise is public access, but then there's a set of steps that lead up to where you're at, with a little curved, not an indent, but the opposite, outdent of where you are all standing. And as the crowd begins to kind of clamor, Amelia Remont comes forward and addresses them as you all kind of stand behind her. It's not that hot of a day. It's kind of a nice fall day, and it's starting to be cold. It's the very beginning of winter. But on the ocean, the breeze is enough, especially from the warmer part of the Sapphire Seas here, to keep you guys warm enough. But Amelia kind of looks out and says, "Welcome, everyone. Even as the war with the Remont Empire and the Mistkeep rages on, and brave men and women of our nation lend aid to our allies abroad, we can take comfort that acts of heroism are not just limited to the war front. These acts of heroism remain strong here in our own homeland. We are here today to recognize one such act of heroism. The Crimson Tide took it upon themselves to stand in harm's way and act against the forces that wish our nation ill, at great expense to themselves. Discovering an assassination plot, they posed as the assassins to uncover a traitor within our midst, the former Crown Guard Germain Verhult. His ties to the foreign powers and their will to tip the scales in the current war effort were halted in their tracks, saving not just my life, but also the lives of Didani Mistis, a Crown's aide named Jade, and a visiting Karakian diplomat. These brave individuals, while offered a sum of 10,000 gold to take these lives, chose instead to take against this task of blood. And as such, since the cost of taking a life is 10,000 gold, the reward for saving one should be much more. Celeste, step forward, please."
Hi.
You do? In the short time that I have known you, I've heard much of your efforts to learn and grow as you seek answers. Your skills and devotion to these friends of yours will take you far. Perhaps these rewards will take you even further. She hands you a small chest.
Yeah.
It is made, just wait for all of it. It's generally a faux pas to be like, I gotta think in front of a crowd of people during a ceremony. Like, but it's a small chest. It is kind of this dark ebony wood, and then
Keep the chest.
it's all yours. But it has blue and silver. Wherever the metal is silver. And then the highlights otherwise are blue with black, kind of dark, deep ebony wood where it is visible. Thank you for your efforts.
About.
Lemba Claw, please step forward.
Put the horns on.
You struggle for your own answers and feel the call towards a grand purpose that few can comprehend. While you control the raging fire within you, you hold the capacity for that flame to be both an immolating inferno and a cozy hearth. Perhaps these rewards will support both when each is needed. She hands you, for yours, it is a deep kind of redwood design. It still has the same blue and then silver, but yours is very clearly like a reddish color, or at least stained that way, so that it fits you a little better. Are you holding a chest up to the sunlight so you can see what's inside?
No, I just want to get the parents.
Lothric Fadenwood, step forward, please. Lothric steps forward easily enough. Or I would say Lothric saunters forward cheekily, because that is absolutely what he would do. You seek knowledge and understanding. You wish to learn and grow with this knowledge, as is right, for knowledge is power. However, power is useless without the wisdom to use it properly. Perhaps these rewards will aid you in your search for this knowledge, as well as your mastery of it, through the wisdom needed to respect its allure. She hands him a kind of greenish yellow stained chest with the same blue and then silver metal pieces. Serenity, step forward, please. You kind of step forward.
Big stride.
You are a gentle soul. You wish not to harm anyone or anything, and even still have found a way to affect change in the world around you through supporting your friends. The quietest member of the Crimson Tide, to be sure. She kind of looks at Sudi and X. I, for one, am curious to see how far you grow. Never forget to use your voice for what you believe in. For all it takes for evil to triumph is for good men and women to do nothing. Perhaps these rewards will give you a voice that ripples across the generations. She hands you a light blue chest with the darker blue highlight and silver. Sudi, please step forward. Yes.
I step forward.
Now, I'm gonna have to figure out getting those physical things to you. But if, for the most part, I'll go through and tell you what you've got.
All right.
You come from a faraway land, new allies of our nation. You come from troubles and struggles as much as any man or woman does, or if not more. Anyone that looks into your eyes can see what you have seen. Anyone that looks into your eyes can see that you have seen this much all through your life and live to tell the tale. This wisdom is your power, the experiences to guide you through what is right and wrong as you forge your own path. Perhaps these rewards will aid you as you forge this path for both yourself and your friends. She hands you, and it feels somewhat out of place. It's like this yellow gold color, and then blue with the silver markings as well. It looks fancier than the rest, and you're like, oh god, is this like bad? Like, oh, so it works out because you're happy to accept it, but they hand you a small chest. Woo! X, step forward, please. You rely on your physical prowess to prove yourself a formidable fighter, but your love for those around you betrays your true nature. This reminder that even the most intimidating force has connections. A love within them for something or someone is extremely powerful. Never let this love fade as you keep watch over your friends here. That connection is not just what makes you strong, but what makes all of you strong. Perhaps these rewards will help bolster that connection and safeguard you as you travel.
Prostitution, baby. What?
So she
Anything to do with sluts.
so X just sits there in the middle of the ceremony. Slut. But
Slut 4, damn it.
there's no other sluts around here. But she hands you this kind of whitish silver chest, and then it has that same blue and silver to it as well. She turns as you all kind of assume the line behind her. Let us all give our thanks to the Crimson Tide as they continue their own personal journeys. And in the hopes that our paths will cross again, remember them fondly as heroes of the Remont Empire.
How are you about to?
Now please, if you would all, there will be food provided. Feel free to mill about the garden. And as for you, the Crimson Tide, there is a private tent off to the side, just underneath the shadow of the palace, should you wish to take stock of your rewards. In there is another chest waiting for you. But then after that, feel free to mingle, explore the garden, look at the heroes that have come before you. And then she turns and allows you to kind of move off in your own direction. she goes and mingles with the rest of the crowd, and you are escorted by guards because they don't want anyone to come and harass you now that they gave you a reward, to a private tent that is heavily guarded by guards of the crown. They're there to make sure that you're able to take stock of everything that was given to you. And within that tent, as you enter, is a number of chairs and a very long table. In the center of the table is a much larger chest.
How much larger?
Each of the chests that you were given is about the size of like a pony cake. This is the size of...
Wet now?
Yeah.
Oh, a little cake. Okay.
Yeah, it's like a little chest.
Pony cake?
No. This
Pony cake.
This chest, the single one that sits at the very center, is so large that it's practically built into the table.
Oh.
It's not the size of a regular cake. It's probably two of them put together.
It's
As such, this chest is colored with the royal Remont blue and has the Remont family crest on it. It has a note attached that says, "Thank you all for your service. Please enjoy the bounty within." And it's signed with an A.
Should I use my magic hand to open it just in case?
You guys do what you want. So,
Whatever. Okay. Are we opening our own ship first? Or we're gonna wait to do that and open the party ship first?
Oh, own shit.
open your own stuff.
Own shit. Own shit.
So,
Get on the party ship.
here's what I'm going to do for you, Sudi. I'm
Yes.
gonna open this and tell you what you've gotten.
Okay. You can't just take pictures of it?
I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna try to do quick. Is I have a number of these rewards. I just don't know if I have all of them, so I'm gonna double check my records because I have them on paper, but I don't know if I have them digitally.
Question: are these all things found in the chest?
These are all things found in your little chest.
Yeah, but okay.
Yes.
Like we physically have these
You
items.
physically
It's not
have
We have to like, oh, here's a note where you can go buy this.
No, these are all things that you have. Yeah. All right. So we have that one, 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 and that one. Okay. So
Same.
I am going to attempt to copy and send all of these individual items to you through Discord. The question is if I could copy and paste them.
I got a lot of clothing items too.
Yeah, and read the descriptions on them.
Oh. Like you guys have
I
clothing
am
items
reading the
too?
descriptions. Do the stones do something other than symbolize?
No,
Or is it just for fun?
they're gemstones and they have a gold piece value.
Oh, I see. I'm gonna be honest. I just wanted to share with y'all. He gave me one for a fine tapestry, which is basically that entire painting of me fucking up, you dove. But except I put it, and you can't tell it's me, but it's a 10-foot by 10-foot tapestry. Yeah, I just wanted to share that with the group. But I just have a big ass self portrait of me fucking shit up on
Okay.
a piece of cloth. I'm so pumped.
I am sending you all of the items individually in the chat. But it's going to take a bit because there are far too many for me to copy and paste all at once. It told me there was too many uploads.
Woo! Woo!
Yeah, you guys got a lot of stuff.
I got two of the same. Is that wrong?
Yeah. Some of them are duplicates. Some of them you have multiple of. If you have multiples of a card, you have that many of that thing.
This is cool.
One of the special things that you would find within is that Amelia has had a very specific hand, Amelia, Dodani, and Jade. And in the case of Sudi, Lady Marion has had a very specific hand in your guys' specific hand catered rewards. So like Sudi has some golden hand jewelry that has a Karakian vibe to it. And those kinds of things are things that like they specifically handpicked so that you guys would have something special. At the same time, they have a number of items that are like specifically called out with notes on them that they were made by an artisan within town. And they were specifically customized and catered to you. So like the blue silk handkerchief has your initials embroidered into it. And that is made from somebody within town that is an artisan, highlighting their skills. The robe, likewise, has your initials embroidered into it. There. All right. That is all of the individual items that
Cards back when
No.
they've been used or anything, so like.
no, you can keep them, and then that way, if you want, you can put them in as items in your inventory.
Okay, like pouch of coins, like I just added that to my inventory. Do you
Yeah.
want that back or?
No, it's all right. You can keep it. You just can't add it again. You know.
Just wanted to make sure you weren't like expecting it back if they've been used.
No, that's all right. So, the individual items that you all got, those are all of your individual things. The envelope that says so-and-so sponsorship deal, that is within the chest as a separate compartment that says the incentives of working and, the rewards of working with the Empire.
You read it? We
You,
have to take the deal.
no, you can, no, you can do it. This is just them sweetening the pot.
If we take the deal, we get it.
Yep.
Oh, okay, let's see what happens right here then. Fucking just let me see the inside.
So, did you get everything, Abby?
I did.
5, 6, 7.
Sword.
I love how you put in here basic healing in the corner of one of these.
Yeah.
Healing potions, man.
So the interesting thing, Sudi, is as you pull this Kopesh, this is a custom item that's already in D&D Beyond now. It is a +1 sword, and the Kopesh has a special weapon property. You can make a specific roll by foregoing one of your attacks with it to attempt to disarm somebody of something that they're holding, or try to trip them and knock them prone. But they can't be too big to try to knock them prone.
Ooh.
So, you have another kind of spicy sword, but not quite. But kind of.
I'm trying to find it in D&D Beyond.
I think it should be KHOPESH. Some of
there
them
it is.
get weird, but so you all, for the most part, are able to, just so that I describe it for you guys and for listening back in the future, the items that are relatively similar, you all got individual gemstones that have significance or give different vibes for things. You all got a handkerchief, fine blue with a crane on it with your initials. You all got a masquerade mask of fine black velvet that has different embroidery patterns on it that fit your personality. Celeste has raven wings, Lemma has flames, X has dragon scales, stuff like that. At the same time, the other thing that you got that should all relatively be uniform is a ivory statuette of yourself. You very specifically got a ivory statuette that depicts you, maybe about 12 inches tall.
Well, you I thought it was. It's
Yeah.
not what.
It's about a foot,
It's a regular
so
statue.
and it's very nice. Yeah, not quite. It's not quite a Funko Pop size.
Two of those together.
It's a little more. Other than that, you got a very nice blue robe. It's the same color as the Remont Empire's kind of blue, royal blue color. It has their crest on the back, but over the heart, it has your initials. So those kinds of things, like, were very specifically put in as orders so that you guys have things. Other than that, you all got some gemstones and things that would otherwise be nice, like jewelry or rings or other things like that fit. Yeah. It's hard to ignore that when, like, that exists in the world. They're like, yeah.
Make sure you're hiding gemstone from Walter. He's gonna want those protections.
That boy is gonna get.
He got his own gemstones. Otherwise, you have your sponsorship stuff that is yours. You get it regardless. But you also have the massive chest in the center of the room.
Wait, so we got the sponsorship stuff then?
Yes, you own that. It's just,
nice.
it's the incentive. It says the rewards of working with the Empire. Because they're trying to, like, sweeten the deal to be like, see,
Okay, so
we do better with you if you work with us. That
the
kind of
stuff that says sponsorship, we do indeed have. We don't
Yes.
have to do a job to get.
You do not have to do a job.
Get more.
It's like, this is a taste of what you earn working with us.
Alright, we can get more working. Y'all want to open the party chest? Yes, I do want to
Alright.
open the party.
So, read out whatever you've got in the party chest, because you guys have the choice to divide it up however you see fit.
Alright, so we have a +1 shield. This magical shield has been enchanted to be sturdier than the average shield. While holding the shield, you have a +1 bonus to your armor class. This bonus is in addition to the shield's normal bonus to armor class. A shield is made from wood or metal and is carried in one hand. Wielding a shield increases your armor class by 2. You can benefit from only one shield at a time. Whoa!
So, a shield gives you a +2, so this +1 gives you a full +3 as a total.
You want to hold it in front of it. Remember what's best.
I'm
so happy, so happy. That's it. That's
but I think it would be useful.
We got a shield. Alright, we got a rod of the Pact Keeper. This dark rod.
She might be able to read it.
Either way,
If I
she's
took my
reading them
glasses
out,
off.
so.
As long as you can see the picture. Alright, rod of the Pact Keeper. This dark rod resembles a mace. Sooty, you and your mace problems. But it's noticeably too weak to serve in that function. This rod is approximately 16 inches long, with the head holding a dark chunk of obsidian that rotates within a mass of thorny vines that makes up the head of the mace. That's cool.
That piece is specifically only attunable by a warlock. So it functions as good money fodder.
None of us are gonna
A longsword. This finely made longsword has runes pressed into the length of the blade. You gain a +1 to attack and damage rolls while wielding this magical weapon. Elixir of Health. The clear red liquid has tiny bubbles of light in it. When you drink this potion, it cures any disease afflicting you, and it removes the blinded, deafened, paralyzed, and poisoned conditions. Crossbow bolt. This intricate crossbow bolt has been enchanted to remain both sharp and true. The crossbow bolt has been enchanted to retain its quality and strike true.
Did you see how much gold these things were?
Yeah.
Quiver. This bronze and green quiver is finely made. This finely made quiver has been well polished and crafted with intricate details.
A number of these items, I specifically left information out because you wouldn't necessarily know it. So if Lothric were here, and given the opportunity, he probably will do so, he will identify anything that you would like more information on.
Okay. We have a second shield. Same thing.
Second shield +1. Sweet.
Yep. Alright, basic healing potion. This vibrant red liquid shines in its vial. It smells of whatever that is and tastes of sweet cranberries. A character who drinks the magical red fluid in this vial regains 2d4 plus 2 hit points. Drinking or administering a potion takes an action. Fine blue robe. This fine blue robe is lined with soft fur for warmth and decorated with silvery embroidery. This fine blue robe resembles the larger robes each of you were given, but it is noticeably smaller, as if designed for a child. It bears no embroidered initials over the breast, but does, however, bear the crest of the Remont Empire on the back. Judith gets this robe.
I get a robe?
want to, then you get a robe. And
You,
I like put it on.
you give it to her, and
Matching
she
robe, just like all your parents.
she puts the hood up and is pretty much doing the I'm Batman kind of a vibe. Yeah.
We got two left. We got fine tapestry. This large tapestry depicts a familiar group of individuals. This tapestry, when spread to its fullest, is approximately 10 foot by 10 foot. It depicts the Crimson Tide as an adventuring party, arm in arm, with looks of determination and cocky smiles as they stare outward at the viewer. So basically, the poster he made us.
Yeah.
It's now a 10-foot tapestry to hang up in our home.
So this goes in the living room.
Common room in there.
And X uses the other one as a blanket.
All right, and then the last thing is a crate of turquoise animals. This collection of carved turquoise animal figurines shows the scale of its craftsman. This box of carved animal figurines varies in terms of species, with each piece being unique and valuable. This collection comes in a fine box with a padded interior to protect the figurines from breaking. Notably, the box has the name Judith on the top of the lid.
You did get some little animal figurines to play with.
Or you sell them.
No!
It's up to you, man.
On
We're
it.
trying to,
I know.
trying to keep the kid from hurting someone. We're gonna let him have feelings. All right, ready for the party sponsorship envelope?
Oh my god, there's more?
Oh, yes, there's more. I rolled on the random loot table 18 times.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is a fucking novel.
We have this many parts.
Yep.
All right.
I showed Callie the full stack, and she was like,
All right. Spinal. So this spinal stone has been well cut and
Spinel?
Spinel.
there you go.
Looks like spinal. Little to no imperfective visible. Spinel gems are said to help set aside egos and become devoted to another person. Like most fiery red stones, spinel is beloved to encourage great passion and devotion and longevity. And we have
A lot of them.
5 of those.
Worth.
Oh, I'm supposed to read that?
250 gold.
Okay. We
Well,
have
that's the big
All right, another gemstone.
We have green, how do we say it? Tourmaline?
Tourmaline.
Tourmaline.
Or tourmaline.
God, Spanish. This uncut piece of tourmaline catches the light on its many faces. Green tourmaline provides one with a heightened sense of awareness and is here to help you grow into an image of your higher self. Multicolored tourmaline is significant for its support in the development of self-confidence and understanding of one's path. Let's see.
And you've
They all
got-
kind of group together.
they're all relatively grouped together.
So we have one of those.
Normally.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, alright. So we have. So that one was blue. This one's red. Normally. Whatever. It's also it's a stone that perfected parts. One that is strong, vital,
Jar.
full of passion for love and life. Multicolored is tourmaline is significant for its support in the development of self-confidence and understanding one's path. We have 2 of those. Then we got a purple one. Purple is said to be soothing, protecting gem that frees the wearer from emotional attachments. It is significant for its support in the development of self-confidence and understanding one's path. Yeah. We have jade. This rough jade stone is molded deep and is modeled deep and verdant, green, and white in some places. It's highly valued stone that symbolizes gentleness, serenity, harmony, and balance. In Ravine, it is believed that jewelry made of this stone can protect its wearer from unseen dangers, shielding them and breaking once the danger has passed. 1. Blue coral. God, we're gonna have like a sack of rocks we're bringing home.
Yeah. Once you're through, I'll tell you the full like gold piece value of everything.
Okay.
If you want, the gemstones aren't the interesting part.
Yeah. Blue coral is a gemstone derived from fossilized coral of the same color. It soothes and quiets turbulent emotions. It reminds us to breathe deeply and to step back and look at the situation logically and from a neutral mind. Blue coral offers protection and healing from the ravages of depression and anxiety.
Hey, I just realized my name is in this one.
Nice.
Is it?
Yeah.
Serenity.
Oh, must have forgot to adjust it.
All right. Jet gemstone. This solid black gemstone seems to catch the light and absorb it with minimal reflection. While valuable in their own right, they are believed to aid in the breaking of bad habits or to cause change in another way. Many in Ravine carry jetstones or jetstone jewelry in an effect to affect change around them. There's one of those. Moonstone gemstone. This small piece of moonstone glimmers in the light, catching the light in many places. In Ravine, it symbolizes hope and love. The symbol of hope is for many merely symbolic. For others, however, the properties of the stone are a substitutable magical component can symbolize a very real form of hope.
So the way that Moonstone works for this, if you don't have a specific component that does not require a gold piece value, you can use a Moonstone as a substitute, but it consumes the Moonstone.
Okay.
So it's a wild card as long as you don't need an item that has a gold piece value. So if it's like, I need a broken twig, and you can't get that for some reason, that'll work.
Okay. Carnelian?
Yes.
This chunk of carnelian has been worked into smooth spiraling pillar shape. Carnelian is believed to be a stone of courage, able to shore up confidence and strength.
And there's a fuck ton of those.
We have 5 of those.
Oh, so here's the picture of an opal for us.
We have
It's opaline.
red jasper.
Moonstones are like partially.
This worked piece of red jasper has been rounded and smoothed into a rough oval shape. It is regarded as a gemstone that gives a sense of well-being, intensifying that feeling. Red jasper has been used as a stone of protection for thousands of years. It is believed this jasper has an ability to create and help balance aggressive dynamic energy. It's one of those.
How many of these?
Yeah, and I'm about halfway through. How do you say this? Sardonyx?
Sardonyx.
Sardonyx. This worked piece of sardonyx has
You're
been...
going off of Steven Universe.
I mean,
It was really difficult to find, like weirdly difficult to find pictures of the regular gemstone versus like the crystal gem from Steven Universe. I was like, I don't want that. I want the real. Nope.
Sardonyx is a stone of protection and strength. It promotes virtuous conduct and integrity. Sardonyx attracts friends and good fortune. It brings lasting happiness and stability to partnerships, supplements willpower, and strengthens character. We got 3 of those. Pure white quartz. Quartz enhances spiritual growth and wisdom. Because it clarifies thought processes and emotions, it can increase inspiration and creativity. It can also help with concentration, studying, and retaining what one learns. We got 2 of those.
Hey, this one has the power of friendship.
Pretty much.
Alright, we got Bloodstone. Bloodstone is a gemstone that has magical and mystical powers, aka heliotrope and
It's heliotrope.
heliotrope and a healing stone for personal power, courage, and strength of mind. We got 3 of those. Raw onyx crystal. In Ravine, onyx crystals hold a special meaning. They are given to people that are driven and determined to accomplish a goal, typically a virtuous stone for those that walk the edge of night. It represents strength of will and is believed to lend that strength in times of need. Almost done, guys. Star rose quartz. This fine quality gem of natural rose quartz faces up completely clean. This aspirated rose quartz gemstone has a very well developed and properly oriented natural 6-ray star known as a steer. 1. Cryophate. Praise.
Yep.
Chrysoprase?
Chrysoprase.
Chrysoprase. What? This is
Yeah.
said to open is said to open, activate, and energize the heart and sacral chakras, balances good and bad energies, and brings universal energy
no.
into the physical body.
So there's another really hard one coming up. I'm sorry in advance.
It's fine. Citrine.
Citrine?
Citrine, that's what I know. Has been referred to as the success stone, merchant stone, or money stone. Because of its yellow color, citrine is thought of a joyous stone with a sunshiny energy to brighten up the lives of those who work with it and wear it. We got 2 of those. Fuck you.
Is it this one? The blue one?
I'm gonna say this wrong. Chalcedony?
Pretty close. And Chalcedony.
Chalcedony. Is said to have the power to align the mind, body, and spirit. It is said this stone also sends feelings of generosity and kindness to you. Chalcedony removes self-doubt and builds self-confidence. Yeah, 3 of those.
You could probably reach better.
Oh yeah, I should probably.
Golden bird cage. The spherical bird cage has a hook to hang from a hook, as well as a perch on the interior within the cage is a scrap of folded paper. Temporary housing for our messenger birds.
Oh, okay.
we get messenger?
It's not that thing.
I mean, if everyone shows up.
Linda wants to be.
Oh, like if a bird shows up, like I'm sure they can like they're magic.
Now they go there, yeah.
Yeah, to like find the house.
They gave you a mailbox.
Basically. Alright, carved ivory tortoise. This carved ivory tortoise sits perched on a rock setting with its neck outstretched. The details of the shell are impressive, a testament to the craftsman that created it. Oil of etherealness.
Oil of etherealness.
Etherealness.
There you go.
Beads of this cloudy gray oil form on the outside of its container and quickly evaporate. The oil can cover a medium or smaller creature. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes. The affected creature then gains the effect of the etherealness spell for 1 hour. What is that spell?
That lets you basically be on the ethereal plane.
Bro.
So like the plane of the One Ring.
Okay.
Oh shit.
You can see everything in the material plane, but you don't necessarily interact with it. You can just see it. You can walk through walls, you can do whatever.
We have a +2 shield. Decorated with the crest of the Remont royal family, the shield has been enchanted to protect its wielder with a layer of arcane force. One of those.
Smart shields.
So that shield will give whoever is wearing it +4 to their armor class.
Whoa.
But you have to be proficient with the shield.
Red corundum?
Corundum.
Corundum? Okay. Roughly palm-sized, this gemstone is warm to the touch. Crackling and somewhat fragile, feeling the stone appears to be easy to break. Best be careful when holding this stone. That sounds like something we Jack Walker that did not tell us at all what it was. Oh, guys, excellent. Here we go. Bag of holding. Yeah! Back on this shit again. Yeah, this bag.
You guys know I have one, right?
What? You don't?
Yeah.
Oh, you do?
She bought one.
Oh,
And you guys were like, no!
Roughly 2 feet diameter at the mouth and 4 feet deep, the bag can hold up to 500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. The bag weighs 15 pounds, regardless of its contents. Retrieving an item from the bag requires an action. 1. Spell scroll. This spell scroll seems to hold a spell of no higher than level 5. The spell scroll bears the words of a single spell, written in a mythical cipher. If the spell is on your class's spell list, you can read the scroll and cast its spell without providing any magical component, material component otherwise. The scroll is unintelligible.
Yeah, if you can't cast it normally for whatever the spell is, you can't do anything with it.
Alright, I only got 2 left, guys.
Put it on the table.
So, greater
Whatever you want.
So you can read it.
we have a greater healing potion. So a character who drinks the magical red fluid in this vial regains 4d4 plus 4 hit points. When you drink this potion, drinking or administering a potion takes an action. The potion's red liquid glimmers when agitated. And then last but not least, a potion of climbing. When you drink this potion, you can gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed for 1 hour. During this time, you had advantage on strength athletics checks you make to climb. We have 2 of those. And that's it. That's the party chest.
Yeah. So let's you got a greater healing potion there. So let me do this because we'll send the picture of the raft.
Let's there look at that and get the climbing potions.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so you guys have a lot of stuff.
Yeah, to divvy up.
And you can figure out exactly who gets it, but the entire gold piece value total of this haul, based on what you would have as an idea, is 61,098 gold pieces.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
So they basically said 10,000 gold per person because that's what those lives are worth. So it's up to you. You're all there in the tent. Judith is flapping the cape around, the robe around like it's a cape with wings. But you guys are completely up to whatever you want to do with all of this material.
Okay.
I'm just curious because I got like 2 of these gem sneakers.
Well, I just want to double check.
Because I already have this, and I already have the chocolate.
I have a couple of the stones. I'm sure other people do too.
Yeah, they handpicked a few of them that they were like, this is kind of their thing. You know?
You know.
So they gave you a lot of blue stuff.
Alright, So just to
Anyone have anything they want?
just double checking. So Judith is getting the tiny robe and the animal statues, right? No one wants something like that.
Anything that came in about with her name.
Just I want to double check. We're playing a game as a family.
She immediately starts to break open the crate, and it has a number of these different, like, turquoise figurines of animals and horses. There's a little leaflet that she immediately takes to.
Oh, that's
Yeah. So, it'll depend on whatever you guys want to do, but she's pretty well occupied for a bit.
Sick. Okay. Alright, so the fine tapestry of our family. I'm assuming we're putting that in the house.
So yeah, that goes in
Or the great room or whatever
It-
big room
we'll
we have.
decide when we at the house. So it goes in the house. Okay, so we're keeping that shit. Alright. So Sudi, was there something in all of that reading that there was something you were really desperately wanting?
No, I'm pretty happy with what I got.
Okay.
You sent the picture, right?
So
Of everything.
Oh, I should send the picture in its entirety,
Yeah.
so I will do that as well. But you can't necessarily see what anything is.
Celeste, is there something you were desperate for? Serenity? Whether it's a stone or it's a weapon or something. Or...
there's so much I need.
Lothric perks up and is like, if there's anything that you would like identified, I suppose I can help.
Sure, what's that red conundrum do? Because it doesn't really tell us what that shit is.
I'll take a moment. And he kind of takes it and goes off and sits down and just starts focusing on it. It'll be a little bit, but then he's going to come back to you.
Was there anything Lothric wants from the pile?
I guess I'm not 100% sure.
I have a feeling Roger would want the bag of holding. Terry don't have it yet.
What's or X-Men on it? Yeah.
Yeah, has a bow. We got a quiver and we got a bowl, but who has a
And
bow?
a bolt can't necessarily
It can't
be
be- it's
used
not
in a
used in a
bow.
bow.
It would be a crossbow.
Bow is for crossbow. You're right. I cannot use a bow and arrow. Or wait, can I?
Well, I got her.
He did, and then he gave up.
That's right.
He was like, nah.
Yeah.
I gotta plan with.
I mean, I would be pretty okay if we wanted to sell all the gems for.
I would like the moonstones.
I do think we should keep the moonstones. Those are the ones that
how
we
many
can
is
like.
there? So I mean,
There's
okay,
three.
so you guys can set that up. You guys,
Multiple reasons for
because I have that like four.
Okay, so you want a moonstone?
I would like as many moonstones as friends are willing to let me have.
Well, what are these moonstones used for again?
They can be used to substitute a magic, like a spell component that doesn't have a gold base value. So if you don't have the material, as long as the material doesn't say 25 gold pieces worth of cinder or ash or something, then you can substitute it with that one of those. But it consumes the stone.
I can use a crossbow, but I can't use a
I have
bow.
my feature thing, my instrument.
But the quiver will otherwise still hold stuff. It'll hold a bolt if you put a bolt in it.
I feel like
When you're
X
lighting
could use a
it.
bag of holding. X has a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's the point.
X has a bag.
Lothric comes back. This is I think Lemba should have this,
I
but
use a lot of spells too.
this is a break-in case of emergency.
Hold on, guys.
This is you break in and it summons you a fire elemental.
Thank you.
She deals with the fire. She's being.
You've got.
I also think X should take the healing potion. Because X gets hurt the most.
Actually, X doesn't.
And a lot of the times I'm focused on healing Lothric, but I don't ever get to X.
In that note, I would appreciate one.
Alright.
That's a potion of climbing.
Oh, fuck.
Lothric gets the greater.
Depends on what you're
the
proficient with.
Oh, man, he has more health.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you're just gonna do that for a while.
I'm gonna hold on to it for a while.
I think Lothric is. He has that shield that I gave him.
Yes, I have a
Probably
shield.
wants to plus me then.
I think I'm so.
I would not say no. So
He's the only one who can.
I'll have him take the +2.
Cool.
Yeah,
Then
I
we-
cannot.
I made that deal though. He ever gets rid of that one shield, I get it back.
That'll be up for him to decide. He may never get rid of it.
We made that.
Can I open the scroll and
You can-
what spell is on it?
Open it, but you can't necessarily tell.
You have to,
But
like,
you can have Lothric identify it.
Lothric, identify the spell.
Okay, fine. Anything else?
So,
Oh, you use a crossbow?
yeah, but I don't have a crossbow.
But
Buy one.
would you use one? Like, if you can use one?
Well,
As like a
now
range,
that I can probably, I won't be attacking too much, but
you know, as a ranged weapon to protect yourself, give her the quiver and the bow.
now I just need to buy a crossbow.
Cool. I am going to take the ivory stash.
Do you put the quiver, the
Yeah.
bolt in the quiver?
Yep.
When you do, it disappears completely.
Wait, when you what?
Is the quiver a bag of holding? A quiver of holding?
Oh, that is sick.
So you can put all of the ammo. You can have different kinds of ammo. You can have javelins. You can have bolts. You can have arrows. You can have almost anything ranged, and just be like, "I want it," and then you get it.
I just hope the bagman doesn't come out of it.
You will find out.
3 bags of holding.
Yeah.
Well, we learned not to put anyone in the bag.
Next time. All right, Sudi, we've got for weapons, we've got shields, a long sword, the weird-looking mace that can only be used by a warlock, and that's it. Are you desperate for any weapons or shields or a warlock?
The bloodstones?
Yeah.
I got the weapon I needed.
Okay.
We also have an elixir of health. Who would like to carry the elixir of health?
I would just in case. I can give it to someone.
There you go. That's a good idea.
Quickly enough, he comes back and gives you the answer for the scroll and the bloodstones. The bloodstones are mundane. They're just bloodstones.
There's nothing feeling anything about it.
No, it's a type of stone.
Okay.
It's just spiritual symbolism. They see it as a healing stone. The spell scroll, he says, "Oh ho ho, I want to see the spicy sword."
You don't have it.
Or maybe one of the stones. That is a scroll of legend. Gives you all information of legendary significance of a night.
Oh, so he wants to use that on the spicy stuff.
Get
Can it
all
only
the
be used
details.
once?
And then it incinerates.
Okay, so I can't use magic, so y'all need to figure out who wants it.
And you have to figure out who has it in their list. Who has it as a spell that they can even cast.
Oh, good.
Can I see that? Is that this roll thing?
It is within Lothric's list, but it is still beyond his capabilities. So he could risk it and roll the dice, but he might get a mishap.
If the spell is on your cast spell list, you can read the spell and cast the spell.
Definitely not on.
But you don't know what the spell is.
Oh, it's legend lore.
Oh, legend?
So, like, actually, I think Sudi should have legend lore as a spell that she can cast at least.
Which
I
one?
just don't know.
I think Shudi should get the scroll and she can cast the spell because I don't trust Luxford with it.
Why wouldn't you trust me?
So
Fair point.
Skip to Jeremiah, he'll keep them separate.
Yeah, keep it separate.
Sorry.
Oh, so you can add a scroll of legend lore to your inventory, Sudi.
You want Jade?
Legend lore?
Yep. It'll give you the lowdown on everything of legendary level significance for an item that you have.
Alright.
So, if you can get the Blade of the Red Veil back, you'll find out anything and everything. It's like the, I want him dead, I want his house burned to the ground, but for information. So,
Alright.
So what is Chalcedon used for?
gemstone, just,
So all of
There's not
these
a lot of these.
yep.
stones are just
the stones are just
Yeah,
stones. you said?
there's stuff that, like, a lot of this stuff is cool stuff, a lot of this stuff is stuff that you can sell, and then you can pick from anything that's interesting or that you want to have. You know, if you like a stone, you can keep it, or you can sell it.
Want stuff out of it?
Not easily.
Can I?
You
put
can have it
something-
embedded in things.
Yeah, can I have it embedded in something?
Yeah, like
Okay.
there's jewelry that you can have it set into,
Uh-huh.
but you know that kind of stuff.
Something. Alrighty.
Okay.
give X the potions of finding because I think X is the only one who A remembers he has them and B find a good use for them.
Yes.
As you take them, no matter what you do, and it kind of bothers you, you try to shake it up so that the 3 layered colors mix, and they never do. They literally never do. It is like impossible to do so.
What's the deal again?
You're on the ethereal plane. You can walk through walls, you can fall through floors, you can move through solid objects, but you still perceive them as being there. So
Can other people see us?
So that's a good assassin's.
Like, it's perfect invisibility.
So
Yeah, kind of.
You're technically not even on the plane anymore.
You're a ghost.
You are on the plane that's between all other planes.
So yeah, you're technically perfect invisibility.
You're invisible and you're a ghost, basically, to the world.
Yeah.
Really stupid.
Whoever would like to make an Arcana check for me.
Well, I'm not gonna roll because I got shit for Arcana. So I'm good.
I probably don't know nothing. I got 9.
9,
22.
22, 13. You know already, the ethereal plane is where ghosts come from.
Okay, next one. That.
Spirits that get trapped in the ethereal plane become ghosts that then either leave that plane and haunt or move on.
How do you come back?
So wait,
It wears off.
Oh, where's that?
It's temporary.
10 minutes.
it's possible you can get meted or attacked by ghosts?
Potentially. Or the last time that somebody had true sight that could see into the ethereal plane, she noticed something.
Well, I should not take that because I don't fuck
Sudi.
with ghosts and I am not good at noticing things. So,
Should we give that to Sudi?
Sudi noticed that there was something watching you the last time she saw into the ethereal plane.
You're watching who?
The party. You weren't there, and you have no idea about
Would
it.
it make sense to give that to Sudi then?
fine with
Up
that.
to whoever.
I'm
It
fine with
is.
I'd like to pay a visit to the ethereal plane.
whenever you want, one time only.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I can already cast blink.
She can already, so she can already do that like all on her own.
Yeah.
Who else wants to do that? Alright.
I didn't even have to.
Alright, does anybody want this
I'm
rod?
afraid no
Otherwise
ghosts.
we can put it in the pile to
Can I
sell.
read it
Yeah,
again?
it's used only by warlocks. So.
Oh yeah, we should
Yeah.
sell it.
Anybody else want a shield? Other than Lothric, who else is proficient with a
That's
shield?
too bad because this is fucking cool too.
Anybody else want a shield?
Nah.
I'm not proficient with it.
No?
We should have a sell file though.
Yeah, that's what I'm making.
Megan? Alright.
Snooty, shield? At all? No?
Nope.
Limba?
Lothric got one.
Lothric, yeah.
Lothric
she took
has the +2 one.
+2 with the breast.
Do you think we can also like trade them for stuff instead of just outright sell them?
Well, yeah, you can trade or you can sell for whatever you want.
We'll have a trade sell pile. Just so that we...
Did you take the biscuit figurine?
I did take
Okay,
this.
good. I figured
In the room
probably.
next to my statue.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, of course she did that. That was the first thing she did.
There is a hole like where your hand is on the other ivory statue where that one fits.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, longsword.
Longsword. Is anyone proficient in a longsword?
I know Lothric is.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Does Lothric already have a longsword?
Oh, I'm quite proficient with whips, Maya. Tell me that.
Because
Do we want to know?
you gain proficiency with whips for your Kusarigama.
Oh, that's right, 'cause it is a whip.
Because it's your dedicated weapon for now.
Right.
But you have another one.
Proficient in a longsword.
I can't.
Are you guys asking me something? The mic is
I don't think she
cutting in
can
and
hear
out.
you. Talk louder.
Can Sudi use the longsword?
A longsword? I don't think. No. She can use it, but she'd be terrible
Yeah,
at
because
it.
it's not finesse, so you couldn't sneak attack with it even.
I already
Lothric is proficient.
I'm also.
Hey, there you go. You could take it.
Right.
It's another form of defense.
Because I think Rafi already has a weapon, right?
Yeah, he does.
Alright, this bird page, are we keeping our secret castle mailbox? In case something ever does appear in the bird page?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna go in the house.
Yeah.
Alright, now we just have a fuck ton of stone.
I
No.
feel like we just keep the collection until we sell
We
them.
got a ton of these.
Well,
that's
the
so
ones in the corner over there are worth $250. Versus all of these are worth almost 50.
So like if we like have one of these like around our neck or in our pocket, we take effect by what the rock does, right?
No, it doesn't have anything for a real effect. They're just, those are the spiritual symbolisms.
Oh, so it doesn't actually do anything.
Decoration.
No, it is the full-on description of like perception and spiritualism. I heal by crystals,
They're
that
my
kind of
chakra
stuff.
stone.
Yeah.
You want chakra stones?
No, the ones I have in my nightstand.
You have chakra stones?
Yes,
in
I
your
use
nightstand?
them to balance my chakras.
No, we're not having this conversation.
I use Kuro Patik for my
What?
I use
You don't know that one. It's Avatar. It's
I use
Oh, yeah.
So, fun fact.
No, you can't. I mean, and then
I do know some
depending, some of them may, but I don't know for sure. I didn't generate this with anything like that in mind.
you don't know nothing.
I know nothing.
You don't know nothing.
I know nothing.
We're always good, but it's collecting all the things.
Yeah.
I do like the look of this raw onyx crystal. Can I keep one?
Yes.
I just want to put it in my room.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool.
These are, if you want to keep it because it's cool, sure. If you want to keep it because you could sell it,
I'm
Cool.
cool with selling the rest of these, or trading. Selling or trading the rest
Does
of
anyone
these.
want a spinal? We got like
it's not just you. Don't worry.
one of these is 250.
Damn.
Yeah.
Like,
So bad.
weird cluster jewelry I'm gonna do.
So effectively, you guys hit a payday.
I'm assuming we're just gonna sell the rest of the stones if no one wants them.
Yeah, I'd say
So keep track of the spare stones as a pile of what you want to sell. You can leave it here, and we'll deal with it for other future sessions. But other than that, that's everything that you got as like a physical reward.
I want to keep this.
Cards? Yeah, keep them.
Yeah,
this is way too thin.
it's cardstock. Yeah,
Like, cardstock.
I was going to cut them all out and mount them on cardboard, and then I was like, I don't have that
I
time.
told him
So
What?
I wanted to get the red Jasper because I already have the blue Jasper.
Everyone happy with the shit they got? No one's upset, no one wants more, no one wants to trade something with each
I
other.
may reconsider in the future, but for now,
Cool. Oh, you get rid of
Okay,
that
lost.
shield with the eye. We made a deal. I wanted that.
if I get rid of it,
Too bad Rappy is with my room.
Just to be clear, if you get rid of it, it's mine. We shook on it, and I will murder.
not if I have a good shield.
Shit. Okay. Oh, no, you'll still get slaughtered. Alright, now what?
Okay, before we got to the party, I'm gonna sit down, fall over when I do this. I'm gonna touch it.
All right, you take a second.
Oh, what is that?
What are we touching? No one else can see. Okay,
It is a.
Sudi, say it so Sudi. What are you touching?
What is that?
You got one too.
I'm touching
Yeah.
it.
What is it? Read it, please.
It's a teardrop gemstone.
Teardrop shaped sapphire gemstone and a silver band.
This silver necklace holds a single sapphire as a centerpiece to its design. Teardrop shaped, it sits firmly in its setting where it is allowed to catch the light. Item notes: this silver necklace has a sapphire dinghy from a pendant as its centerpiece. That's it.
So you take a moment and you sit down at the table. The rest of you kind of circle around to double check that everything's going to go okay. And she sets very carefully by the chain the stone down on the table, takes her finger, and make me no, you're fine. You touch it, it's cold, it's a stone.
Can I touch yours, Serenity?
Can I touch your stone?
What are you? It's a magical one.
She wants to, if it's teardrop shaped, she wants to know if it's
Does it have a
one of the
god in
stones
it?
we're looking for.
Ah, sure, but give it back to me.
I go.
She touches her stone.
I touch
Reaches
it.
forward, you touch it, it's cold.
That's not it either.
All right. What?
There are other sapphires in the world.
Okay, but you specifically.
I know.
Teardrop shape.
It's okay.
You met this bitch, she's gonna touch everything for you.
If it's teardrop, you show it. I'ma touch it.
Touch it.
All right. Well, the beat door
And you
right
got,
there. There's no
locket,
in these stones.
Good. It has a picture of Amelia in it.
Good, I think.
Okay.
Whoa!
What?
God, I'm glad I played X the way I did.
Wait, did I do something? Did I get to
No.
Nah, for
No, you guys were talking about the sponsorship opportunity, and And Lothric was like, I know you have the hots for the princess, but we don't just do this because the princess and you want to lay the princess.
No,
Or something like that, right?
No, it's because she was interested in fucking the
Princess.
No,
Yes.
the red horns slave person that we have to go and kill.
Oh, the slave.
Yeah, the slaver.
No, they were like, he immediately was like, you do not get to sleep with the slaver. And I said, what? Don't knock me down.
Don't cockblock me.
And he was like, well, she can incinerate you in a burst of flame, and it's horrible. And I was like, hot as you.
Sounds like love.
Because I'm like, that's totally what you would do. But do you leave the tent?
Yeah. I feel like we should go mingle at this party. Alright, we leave everything under guard here.
Yep, the guards are willing to watch through anything that you don't want to carry with
They
you.
better.
I fucking hope they're willing to watch.
Yeah.
I better not have something stolen from my chest.
You don't know, but you could have Lothric identify it.
Oh, shit.
Whoa!
Dude. Awesome.
So, yeah.
Abby, I got a trident.
Oh,
You never
sick.
can't see it. It's
Do
too
you-
far away.
Do you want Lothric to identify it?
Yes.
Okay, 10 minutes go by before you leave the tent. This is a trident of fish command.
Lucky for them little fishies.
You can full on be Aquaman.
Bait. Cool, you're gonna save that if we come in contact with an island turtle?
Wait, living island turtles count?
No.
Oh, but they're
It's a
like
turtle.
the size of a mountain and they live in the ocean and they're a sea creature.
Not a
Yeah.
sea creature.
Wanna fight?
But they're not a fish. Guys.
Yeah.
So it's just fish.
Can I use this trident of fish command to make that guy give me a low price? Is he a fish? Because if he isn't, no.
Something in the shop smells fishy, so.
Alright,
so.
so you make your way down to the party. The rest of you kind of make your way in, and it's a nice afternoon of mingling and enjoying the day. There is fine wine, little hors d'oeuvres, fancy people, all of this stuff, and pretty much everybody wants to talk to you and everything there. But make a perception check for me, X.
I know, I was just
I gotta
too.
check my perception. Sorry. I'm pretty sure that one you have blocked on your internet value because this is the only place my internet doesn't.
Oh my god.
He blocked the shit out of
I
it.
think it was me. No, my internet works literally everywhere else on my computer.
How? But like, I didn't block them. It just all of a sudden showed up blocked.
Ooh, that is a crisp 23.
A crisp 23.
Crispy 23.
You're making your way through, and there's a lot of statues of different heroes.
Extra
Okay.
crispy.
But you end up finding coming to this one statue collection, and it catches your eye. It says the Knights of Steel and Scale as the insignia. The Knights of Steel and Scale, the individuals that defeated Gorfax, and among them there is a single kobold. And it has the names of all of these heroes, and then underneath that individual person, it says unknown kobold, and then a new etching that says Maeve the kobold.
Aww.
Like it was fixed. Otherwise, you all spend a relatively nice evening, just kind of enjoying yourselves, and you can have whatever conversation you would like. There's opportunities to kind of deal with anything. Over the course of the evening, Amelia finds Lemba and says, I trust that you've heard about the slavers in the Serac Dune Sea. It sounds, if I may be so bold, sounds like something that you might be interested in.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of heading that way? Well, maybe, and you'll have to consider this, especially if you were to come under sponsorship with the Empire. Maybe we put you on a boat and send you there, so that we can get you there rather quickly to address the situation, and maybe you'll find the answers that you need from it as well. We are going to be sending the Korakian diplomat home, and he could use an armed guard.
They can do that. Right over there.
As long as he makes it back safe, the ship would port in Shadeside, and then of course you would have to travel the distance up there. But at the very least, you would be in the Serac Wastes under the proxy employ of the Remont Empire.
It's a deal to me, but I have
Well.
to check with everyone else.
Yes, of course. Discuss with everybody for what you would prefer. Then a little bit later on, the serpent woman comes up and kind of is looking through the group from the collective. She has very nice jewelry. She has a very kind of nice black and then gold kind of ensemble, at least on the torso, because the bottom half is snake. Hard to wear jewelry on snake. But she tries to pull off the rest of it well, and she does. She ends up looking around, trying to find somebody that isn't preoccupied, and ends up going and finding Celeste. Celeste, you at this point can be by any one other person in this group as you spend your time. Should you so choose, who is that person?
I don't know. Is there anyone that was like standing by any of the statues looking at them?
I mean, depending on how long you linger. It's up to you.
How much standing there for me? Okay.
Either way, this serpent woman kind of slowly makes her way up to you. Now, it's almost like this large looming shadow because she's much taller than you as she moves over, but as she comes to you, she settles down. And everyone kind of makes way for the rest of the large serpent body as she tries to coil it up into a knot in the way kind of form. Hello, Celeste, right? Celeste, I am very glad to have met you in a less formal setting, more celebratory at least. We are looking for a little bit of help. I know that they've already come to you with the interest of sponsoring your group for the Empire, but regardless, should you be interested, your efforts in connecting with the Infinite Blades and the Trader Germain and his inroads with the Doke Kingdom has left us unsettled. We are looking to develop an infiltration team to develop inroads as spies within the Doke court. If it's something that you would be interested in, speak with your group, but we could have you smuggled into the Doke Kingdom and absolutely placed somewhere where you can get information back to us, if that would be of interest. My whispers have some influence kind of around all of Ravian, but that would be entirely up to you. We're trying to figure out anything about a special inquisition that has taken place, and I have some history with this inquisition, so I know a bit, but the Doke Kingdom is duplicitous, and so having eyes in the territory and boots on the ground, so to speak, might be advantageous. So consider this, if you wouldn't mind. But otherwise, enjoy the party. She kind of nods and...
She means like us as a group.
Yeah, you all as a group. She's dropping the seed that maybe they'd be willing to send you into the Doke Kingdom as spies.
A lot of things.
Yep.
This is a lot of mentions that we're now.
There's a lot of options.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Not good. Okay, I nod and and smile as she walks away.
Yeah. There's kind of a lot going on.
Well, look at some of the statues. Do I recognize any of them?
You don't really recognize too many. I mean, there are arcanists, there are individuals that you've heard of in history books, individuals that fought on the Battle of Chillblood Mount with Samson Remont as the Remont Empire was founded. That final battle where most of those forces, those that died, were martyrs and were recognized as heroes, but the incursion kind of defending group that ended up scaling Chillblood Mount ended up being sort of heroes in their own right, and while many died, they were able to drive the Labette forces from the Horsehead Peninsula. It's around now, though, that all of you in Lemba, you are entertained by this. You see Sorkin dressed up in way nicer clothes than he is usually wearing, looking uncomfortable as he kind of walks around, full on gripping the wine glass he has because he's uncomfortable.
Go back over there, like, you look like you're having so much.
This is great. I love parties.
Have 2 more drinks to start to feel better.
I have.
Have more.
I have.
Have more.
He just sort of, he has like, the wine glass that he's holding is filled almost to the brim. And he just kind of slowly chugs it and comes back. He's just like, this is a little bit higher society than I'm usually used to.
It's a lot your first time or two at a high society party. I think it's my first time too, but you gotta get used to it now, bud. You went legit.
We're looking for someone to be the representative. I can't do this. Not all the time. I don't really know. How long are you in town?
Not that long.
Okay, I was gonna have another job for you.
Well, see, the collective has a lot of things they want us to do, so.
Well,
Even job we end up taking.
I suppose on to bigger and better things, huh?
Maybe, I don't know.
Well, whatever you're doing, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Trying to load, but I pull out a name I have to memorize.
I have all of them.
Better than I am.
Battle Blade, Shadow Blade, Bewitching Blade.
Okay, I have those names memorized.
Blades.
There's another. No, we're legit. Oh,
Zaral, Rune,
nope. Other guy.
Brender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have the other one. I mean, you're looking for a representative? You're not just gonna spread it with you?
I don't necessarily want Brender to have his sheer force of charisma available at all times.
I don't know. It seems like he'd be the best for the job.
I'm kind of thinking Zaral would be the best choice.
That stick in the mud?
Ultimately, might be what we need.
Well, if he's the one you want to put, I won't question it. But...
If we can vet him, might be worth it. That was what I was going to ask for help with. But Brender could. I don't think Rune would be.
Oh God.
Rune's a little too sassy.
She'd be more.
Reminds me of one of your friends.
Which one?
Yes.
For what?
True. The Karakian one.
Oh yeah. They would either get along famously or murder each other in the first 5 minutes.
Well, put him in a ring. Maybe we sell tickets. It's a legitimate business opportunity. Either way, I'll figure something. Next time you see me, I won't be. I will be deep underground, away from this, because this is not comfortable.
Right, you came for this time.
I kind of had to. I'm leaving as soon as I can. kind of flags down another kind of waiter walking around with a platter and just like hands him his empty cup. Fill this, and just kind of eventually another one comes back and he chugs that one too. Well, you need anything, we're here.
Let you know.
Good. Enjoy the party.
I'll enjoy it more than you will, that's for sure.
That is for damn sure. And just kind of walks off into the crowd to find like the nearest topiary to hide behind and avoid everybody. You get the sense he did probably go into like thieves guild business because he doesn't want to deal with that high society aspect. He's like, I'm good in my element and I don't have to leave my element, so that kind of thing. But otherwise, you all kind of have the rest of the evening to do whatever you want to do. Judith is enjoying running around and climbing around on all the statues and taking that time and showing people her new robe, and everyone thinks it's cute. But for the most part, you all find the party dwindling down into the evening. You see the sea out kind of out from where the garden is. You can see out into the distance, and you can see the moon rising from beneath the waves as the sun sets, and ending up leaving kind of glittering trails of silver across the waves, scattered across that visual. It's very peaceful, and you're there pretty much as long as you want to be, but they start tearing things down around you if you stay.
We should probably go home.
Yeah, we
I
can
wanna-
put this little one to bed.
Yeah. Over the course of these last couple days, you've had plenty of downtime. For quite a bit of it, Judith was drawing, and there are portions of the house that have draw marks on the wall. One of them, shortly after Sudi went and got into a carriage that was floating, it's by the front door, seemingly when Judith watched Lothric push her out and get into this carriage. Nobody seemed to watch and stop her, but she drew a picture of Sudi climbing into a cloud pulled by horses. In other spots, there's a picture of Lemba with a little baby cherub, with this weird little like, is this a bird? Like meme picture style. Trying to like figure it out. There's other stuff kind of everywhere, but otherwise there is a very nice framed picture there. So from that point, while Sudi was gone for a couple hours, you guys had plenty of time to do literally anything. So what would you like to do?
Well, at this point, before as Sudi would have been walking out, could I have convinced her to let me go to her super secret poison basement and get into the plants?
Let me put it this way. Would X ask for permission, or would she just do it?
That's fair. X wants the poison, X would just go in.
You just do it. You know what I mean? Like, if she said no, what would you do?
I would still go in.
Exactly.
You could say I asked.
So we'll do this. You ask her, and she's like, really?
Yes.
I can't exactly stop you, can I? If I say no, what do you do?
I'm gonna answer that one.
And do what you're doing.
Cool. Thanks, bud. And then I just kind of walk past her into her room. And down the ladder, open the hatch like I'm in a goddamn submarine, go bottoms up and slide down the ladder.
Yeah. You slide down the ladder and you're able to harvest most all of the things that you would need, especially knowing for that ingredient, the ingredients for that poison. You're able to make that if you would like.
I would like to make a couple things of storage blood drops.
You can probably make. Roll a d4 for me.
3.
3. You can make 3 doses worth of scorched blood poison,
Cool.
and easily enough with your proficiency. It's something that like you were given the instructions of exactly how to do it. The one issue is you need Lemba's blood.
to actually make. Well, I know to make the thing I'm supposed to drink, which actually.
Yes,
toxin.
yeah.
I
So
need
to make the no, not for the toxin,
You know, I
but
know I need her
for the other thing. And
but
so
I
I'm
need
like,
the
just keep
ingredient
that
first.
piece in mind.
I have it highlighted in my notes.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know I need the fruit.
But you are able to over the next couple hours, and Sudi does eventually return after you've harvested and have the stuff. She gets back pretty much coming in the door as you are like, got it, and you're ready to move on.
Cool. And the scorchable toxin, I know it's poison. What does that do? Get like.
It puts you under the poison condition and the paralyzed condition, and you take some damage. Like it slowly does damage over time for the duration. If
So it's basically like just ingesting poison.
yeah, so it's an acidic poison, and so not only is it poisoning you, it's burning you from the inside out. It's literally coursing through your veins and dissolving. And so this, you make it and you're like, this is very dangerous. And you think back to the dream and you're like, and I have to fucking drink it?
Shit.
Yeah. So you're like, oh dear God, you know? So you get the sense that this is very dangerous.
Question: that jade, is that different than an emerald?
Yeah.
Alright.
But you could go into town and purchase those.
Yeah, I'd like to go purchase an emerald.
Because you also wouldn't have these items yet either, so.
But I wanted to know.
Yep,
like,
no, it's worth checking.
yeah, I'd like to go and walk into town and I go and I'd like to purchase an emerald.
You could probably purchase multiple that would suit your needs. Remind me, did I give you a gold piece value that you need to target?
All I see when I typed up the video was to see an emerald that gleams in the light with quality and power.
Believe that I made a
Number if there was a gold piece.
I believe that I had here it is. You need a 100 gold piece value emerald.
I would like to go find 100 gold pieces.
Right. It takes a little bit of time, but over the course of the rest of that day, you can very easily find a jewelry shop that has raw stones that they are currently working with, and you can get them either cut or uncut. The choice is up to you, but you can end up spending 100 gold for a 100 gold emerald.
Perfect. I'll take that out.
And if you want multiple, you can get multiple. Like, they have more if you want to spend more to get.
My question to you is based on the dream I had, once I drank it, I glow. And I have to do this several times to find several different pieces.
You don't know, but outside of game, yeah.
So how many pieces am I looking for then left? 5?
You
Or
have
2. So I'm looking for 4.
you need 5.
But I already had 2 though.
You need you have 5 worth that's left.
Oh.
Because I'm trying to remember how many pieces it broke into. But yeah, so it's 5 left because I have that in my notes.
So I'm 5.
Yeah. So if you want, you can get at least a chunk of those now. They have like 3 at this point. The little gnomish guy that's been working on it is like, I got a couple more.
Yeah. Tell me, I'll take 4
You want 2 more?
Sure.
All right, you have me another 200 gold pieces. But
Awesome.
all right, there you are.
Take 100 out of mine.
So you can't necessarily get everything, but it's worth it.
That's good to know.
Yep, it is.
And my last thing is, where the fuck do I go to find and fletch a bunch of spend?
You walking around, it's like late fall, early winter. There are a number of oak trees and pine trees all over the place. So like this was a forest, and so there's plenty of ornamental things. Most of these trees are barren and there are leaves on the ground. Make a nature check to see if you can tell which ones are oak leaves.
Not bad.
Yeah. Hi, Saki. Hello. A 4. You find a pile of leaves, especially in these kind of garden sections of it.
Okay.
And you are like, I can't tell which one of these are oak leaves, but there's a bunch of different kinds of leaves. You can, if you want, just grab a bunch and bring them back for somebody to help you with.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
Just find a sack somewhere.
Yeah, you pretty much just go and snag a sack from one of the nearby vendor stalls when they're not looking. It's like a sack that would have been full of like apples, and you just sort of like pulling a tablecloth out from underneath of all the dinnerware. You just whoosh, and all of the apples go flying, and you just kind of walk off really quick around the corner and then collect. They're like, what? So with your like passive sleight of hand and stealth, bam, that one sack is gone. So, yeah, it's no issue. But you have the sack over your shoulder, the emeralds in your pocket. Anything else you want to do while you're out on the town?
Kind of thing. I'd like to go just look at a few artifact shops or whatever to see if I find any masks.
Masks? There's a few different artisan shops, and you can find some. Noticeably there is one that is currently closed. You don't know it yet, but this is the one that is making all of your masks for the reward thing. They pretty much shut down while they work for the crown, because they're not going to be like, hello, Empress, I'm not doing this job.
No,
you know?
I get that.
So there are a number of them, and you can find, quite a bit, but that's like noticeably the most well known and prominent.
Searching through a few of the other shops, do I find anything remotely resembling a dragon mask of some sort?
Make an investigation check. 13. You find a number of different dragon style masks, just I'm assuming nothing that what you're actually looking for.
You know what I'm looking for?
Yeah. Just nothing like that, but you do find a number of them that like over the eyes and everything like that. It's got, dragon's, pattern, and they're neat, but they're like not quite what you're looking for.
Do I find, I'm also kind of looking around, do I see anything, say, mask, like other dragon parts? Like small dragon parts, scales, claws, fingers.
A lot of them are made out of like either clay or velvet.
So nothing else.
Nothing really, like, yeah. These people, dragon parts are relatively rare. And so, yeah, it's worth asking. But yeah.
Then no, I'd go back to the house and I would ask someone to help me sort through some leaves.
Lemba may be able to help you with that.
Lemba, can you sort through leaves with me?
Why am I sorting through leaves?
Because I rolled a 4 on investigation and don't know what the fuck certain leaves look like.
Yes, I can help you sort through the leaves.
Snap.
Okay.
Do you tell her what she's looking for?
Looking for oak leaves. I'm looking for oak leaves.
Yes, I can find an oak leaf.
I just dump a sack that
Yeah.
used to be filled with apples of leaves on the floor and go, thanks, I don't know what an oak leaf.
Do you just need an oak leaf?
No, I need a bunch.
You're gonna help me with this. I'm going to do it
Yeah,
for you.
no, honestly do it for me, but I need you to like explain to me.
This is an oak leaf.
What about this?
That's not an oak
What
leaf.
about this?
Does it look like the tree?
Kind of, it's got 5 points.
Is it this color?
No, it's dead, it's brown.
It's like late fall, early winter, so they're all like dry leaves.
This is not,
They can have these shape and these prominent vines.
I don't know, this one looks like a star, yours looks like a something else.
Does it match the shape?
No?
Then it's not an oak leaf.
What about this leaf?
Does it match this shape?
Yes,
Then it's an oak leaf.
but it's purple.
So it's just from a different oak tree.
Purple oak trees in this room.
Sure.
Sure.
I have willpower to be purple oak tree.
Alright, fine. So with Lumba's help, X sorts through this fucking massive ass pile of leaves.
Yeah. Yeah,
Will you look
it
for
will
one of
take
these to
you.
make sure they're all open?
Every
Yeah.
time she picks up a leaf, I'm like, that's an oak leaf. That's a
Yeah.
maple leaf. That's a
It takes some time,
There's a
and
birch leaf.
Judith gets involved, and you kind of have to stop her after a while because she keeps fucking up your pile. But basically, it takes you a couple hours to sort through. But you do have probably like a bundle of oak leaves like that.
Cool.
And you could like roll it up like sage and tie it together so you don't lose them. But
Crush them and put them in a pile.
all right, do you take them and you crush them and put them into a vial?
Yeah, like a bunch of like that.
Simple enough.
I can fill up like 3 oak leaf crumbles.
Yeah,
You want
it's
No, I don't need that much, but I need them like.
they're like dry, and so you're just like and it just goes. So
Look like I'm making crap.
I want to ask why do you need oak leaf guts? Because it's fun to play with, and it's like super hot. I'd like to roll an investigation check.
do an insight
I'd
check.
like to roll a deception check.
Yep.
Okay.
So insight versus deception.
I rolled a nat one.
I rolled a 16.
She's telling the truth.
You're like,
Really weird.
X is super into pocket sand, but this is not good pocket
It's
sand.
like super secret pocket sand, except it's leaf dust.
Do you want help finding real sand?
Okay. No, I have plenty of pocket sand.
I'm gonna go find pocket sand.
Okay, Judith, I'll teach you how
She
to
goes-
build it when you're done.
Running out into the backyard.
You gonna pick up all these leaves off the floor? X kind of like lifts up the rock and shoves them under the rock. I'd like to roll deception.
You have about 5.
You can roll either a sleight of hand or a stealth to do it stealthily.
Okay, let's do it. Well,
12. What's your passive perception? Because I'm pretty sure it's higher than 12. You very clearly see X lift
no.
the carpet with her tail and then try to like
Kick
switch
it
them
underneath
over.
there.
These are dry leaves. They will burn. Either you take them back outside and clean them up, or I burn the leaves in the house.
And I like lift the back of my tail and I pull the leaves out from under and I put them in my sack and then I take the sack outside and I make eye contact and I dump them on the lawn and I'm fine, you happy? Yes.
Judith is currently digging a hole in the
And when you
backyard
come
to
back,
find
you're like,
pocket sand.
and this is why you can't break Judith on your own.
So, you have your leaves. And you have an uphill battle for your next thing.
So is this like the very first, like you said we had several days in the town, did the awards,
You have like 3 days.
was the award ceremony the last day or the first day?
The last.
Okay, so,
Very last.
alright, so whatever other, do you have anything you want to be doing that first day? Of course. As everyone kind of goes to bed that night, I kind of pull Lumba aside in my room after Judith has been tucked in, and I go, so I need to ask you something.
Immediately do not like where this is going.
Now it's night. Yeah.
I need to ask you something. I need your blood.
I'm sorry, what?
How much did he?
That's a really random thing.
You
And
need double check.
How much? How much did he slit her throat for?
I will double check my notes for everything, but you can just keep working with it to figure it out.
And I pull out one vial of secret leaf pocket leaf, leaf leaves, a vial of scorched blood toxin, and an and I go, I need to crush this emerald up, combine all these ingredients with our blood, and then I can drink.
You need 10 hit points worth.
that's fucking weird. That's wild.
Because it's the only way to find my blue gems.
You know when the freaking exploded when you died?
Only part of it. And remember that really moody day I was having when we were on our way to the when I slept with a tree?
Yeah.
I gotta do. I had to combine these ingredients. And after I drink it, it's a
And we need them because why?
because
How much have you discussed with them about this
Just the
stone?
fact that they've seen me fucking turn into a lightning dragon one time,
Yeah.
and they saw that it exploded.
They saw it explode out. Lemba, you saw that this teardrop-shaped gemstone was surgically implanted into her and then came out and shattered,
I knew she had it.
with one staying and a number of these shards shooting in all directions where there were literal holes in the wall of Destinies' place.
So let me get this straight. You put a blood and all this random stuff in a bowl and you drink it and you get the pieces back and you put the gem back together?
well, I don't necessarily get the pieces back.
Well, you can find the pieces. And having all the pieces does what?
Still following up with that information.
Yes.
Just to note, is it also
That is-
part of my daughter's engine?
That is what powers your scale master trait.
Yeah, but does it have anything to do with my gods?
You don't know if it has anything to do with any of the gods
Okay.
specifically. From everything that you've been aware of, it appears to be one of these same teardrop gemstones that she's been looking for.
Because when I find the pieces, remember when I was a lightning dragon?
Yes.
I got gold always. Until I have all of the different pieces.
Alright. You owe me something, Mom. I don't know. A phaser when I need it.
And you will help me relocate these gems in between.
I will help you locate the gems.
All of them?
Yes.
In terms of the figure?
Maybe 2 favors if I'm gonna give you blood and help you find 5 gems.
But this 2 favors will help me find all 5 pieces.
Yeah.
Right?
But you,
Cool. Because I have to do it 5 with them. So I need to do it 5.
I should ask for more favors.
You should have asked, but you should have done.
You
Okay.
make a general intelligence check.
Generally
Just
pretty
plain
helpful.
intelligence with the modifier.
Oh.
8.
8. Yeah, you got this. You don't need anybody to watch you while you ingest acidic poison.
I didn't ask her to leave.
Oh, I'm not fucking going nowhere.
Okay.
I didn't ask her to leave.
But you're pretty sure that you're fine.
If she's draining my blood to drink it, I ain't leaving.
Cool.
But you put Judith to bed and then come back to be like, okay.
Judith isn't bad.
Also, how do I grind up the?
You smoosh it really fucking hard. Can't I do that?
And she blasted it.
I have shit. Oh. I don't think in herbalism it can grind an emerald.
Probably not. Not really.
Anyone
You
look-
could attempt because you would have like a mortar and pestle, and with enough effort, you may be able to break it and then grind those pieces down. But it'll probably be a little bit.
That's fine. I'll sit with the mortar and pestle, and I'll try on these bitches.
Takes about another hour into the night for X to grind the shit out of this emerald, but it eventually is reduced to a fine emerald powder.
No, we'll meet back here at 11. While I'm grinding the powder. Cool. So I come back and I basically take a cup and I pour scorched blood toxin, the emerald dust, and the secret pocket leaves dust.
This is why you really needed those freaking leaves.
Yes, this is what I do.
And so you said pocket sand instead of just saying I need it for a magic thing, is I'm dumping these things in here. What do you want me to say in front of a 5? I'll tell you later? Anything other than secret. Yeah, she knows she's a weapon, she can wield it. So you teach her how to throw it. Anyway, I'm dumping this stuff in the cups, and I go, I'm gonna take out one of my daggers, and I slice my hand, and I put whatever amount of blood I need.
You need to put 10 hit points worth into this.
Yeah, that's a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Yep, you
And
did
so it's not even just like cut and then bleed a little bit. You're like have to cut and then kind of dig and just squeeze it out of your hand.
sick.
Like this is like you have to try to do this.
It sucks. Alright. I eventually get enough blood of mine in there.
So
And I hold out the vial and go, alright, your turn. Okay. I ain't doing this shit right now. And I hold her arm and I slice it.
you can slice the palm and
Oh,
just
sorry. Dig that and I go, salad.
so you can both mark off the 10 hit points of damage. You did, yeah.
Fucking heal shit up. We're going to bed later that night. Yeah, but I'm gonna walk into my room that I share with the 5-year-old with my bloody hand. Well, it might be a minute.
Hi, Judith.
Might be a minute before you go back to bed. Anyway. Alright, is this potion
fine.
doing it up?
At this point, it's mixing.
Okay.
Make an Arcana check.
Ooh, what's a nat 20?
At 20, you can see that slowly the scorched blood toxin is dissolving the powder and like slightly smoking, and it smells extremely acrid. Like, and you pick up on this as well because it fills the room. But what you notice is that as it starts to dissolve the emerald and starts to mix with the blood, especially after Lemba's blood is introduced, it immediately starts to kind of glimmer with this green and red kind of almost like glitter dust on the inside.
I walk over to my bed and I go, thumbs up. Take a shot. And I drop the vial.
All right. You take the shot. It immediately starts burning your tongue. It immediately is painful, and you feel your muscles seize. Make a Constitution saving throw.
Constitution. So that
In 8, you watch as X begins to foam at the corners of her mouth. Her eyes are rolled back. She's laying back on the bed with her arms wide as she lays there catatonic. X. As this acidic burning sensation fills every vessel in your body, from fingertip to toe tip to the end of your tail, your mind is on fire and darkness consumes you. Before you, in that darkness, is a sapling, barely clinging to life. This sapling is covered in dry leaves. Weirdly, now that you've spent much time with them, oak leaves. Their edges are singed slightly, but still kind of glowing as the cinder. Around the tree are larger, broken and ash-covered tree stumps. Just beyond the tree and one such stump across from it is a fractured stone figure of what appears to be a broken torso of a statue, missing its head and its arms and its lower half remaining within the tree stump itself. With greater examination, there are 5 different stumps, including the one with the broken statue. Each seems to have a specifically carved indentation that serves as a receptacle for something, sitting just above the surface of the stump itself like a bowl, seemingly removable but carved from thick wood. As you look around, you see a number of different stumps. One has a bowl with slowly fading but still glowing cinder coals. One has a collection of gently melting snow. One has a slow whirling fog cloud. One looks to be molten gold. And the final one looks like it's been stained red by dried blood. You're standing there, just in the middle of all this.
I approach the stump that has the bowl covered in blood.
All right. As you approach, you can see the bowl is currently empty for the moment. The minute that you get to the point where you could reach out to touch it, the bowl fills with this deep crimson liquid. It's like the stain starts to bleed in and of itself.
The bowl be removed from the stone?
Yeah?
Pick up the bowl. Does anything happen?
As you pick up the bowl, you hear a voice. You do not exist. You are a part of everything, just as everything is a part of you. It's a man's voice. Slowly, the blood starts to overflow from the bowl. Roll a d20 for me.
14.
14. The blood begins to climb up your arms. It begins to crawl up your shoulders. And you can't let go of the bowl. There's nothing that you can do. You want to throw it away, but you can't. The blood continues to climb up your neck, and slowly it covers your neck and then your face until your entire body is covered in this crimson and there is no visual except for this red. Roll me another d20. Alright. As this blood remains on you, you see a reflection of yourself inside of the red that obscures your vision, staring at you, upside down, compared to where you are, meeting your gaze. Just staring. Roll another d20. Oh. As this reflection stares at you, it smiles. And slowly, you feel the warmth of this blood drip away and recede back into the bowl. Looking down at it now, you peer into the bowl of blood and you see this reflection of yourself shift. First into a tiefling man with long brown hair and a thick beard. A stag, then a human man, an old man, a halfling woman, a raven, an elven man, and then your mother, who softly smiles before the reflection returns to your own. Make a charisma saving throw. Three. The blood remains within the bowl, unchanged. Your reflection there with none of the others, like it had never changed before or attempted to suffocate you. You realize that you're standing in front of the dying sapling, holding the bowl. What do you do?
Pour the bowl out to water the sun.
As you do, you watch as this sapling grows just a little bit, like it survived another year's worth of growth, and new leaves, as the old cinder-covered ones fall off. New leaves take their place, blood red in color. And you swear for a moment that there's a flash of green light behind you.
fantasy.
As you turn, you see the stump that had the statue torso. On it, you see a head, now hovering in place above where the shoulders would be if it had them. And the head is of kind of a man with a beard, human in appearance, with a kind of laurel circlet of oak leaves. The statue is smiling. And then you gasp, and you are back in the room with Lemba freaking the fuck out. Because while you were there, make a medicine check.
Oh, great. Oh, and
It's not hard.
7.
7? You're not 100% sure? You're pretty sure her heart stopped.
Oh. X wakes up and I've like got a diamond in my hand, like ready to go just in case. I'm like,
As X wakes up, you sit forward and you hear this whistling sound. You have a window in your room, correct?
it's a big ass.
Yeah. You hear a whistling sound, and it gets louder and louder and louder. Until all of a sudden, the window of the room breaks. And the shard that was lost comes rocketing and thuds into your chest like a bullet.
They're looking for them. It comes back to you.
Yeah, you take... I gotta roll it.
No, I don't.
How about out the window?
Yeah, sorry. Let's
How do you
see.
pick this up?
You take 10 points of piercing damage as the shard fires into you like a bullet. And you, Lemba, see her recoil, fall back on the bed, and it just goes boom into her chest. And as you go to inspect the wound, it's not there. Yeah, it's real sore.
Go find them. Shoot.
Yeah.
Do you have another ammo? You only get a Yes, all 5. I mean, I'm still bleeding.
You'll have to do another 10 points. You need more. You can do it if you want.
I feel like this will fuck me. Oh no, we'll do this in metal. We'll do this.
The bandage her hand. I got mine all bandaged so that we don't bleed all over our nice machine. Pass out.
Yeah, you just kind of fall back the rest of the way on the bed. Ow! You know, kind of a thing.
I stay for a little while while she constantly make sure she's still breathing before I.
Otherwise, she seems to be okay, just exhausted. And it was uncomfortable because the entirety of the time that she was there was probably about 10 minutes worth of time.
Oh, fuck.
Damn.
Yeah.
That was uncomfortable.
And you couldn't tell because you aren't as versed with like Dragonborn hide and feeling a heartbeat or a pulse through it. You don't know if her heart was stopped the whole time.
Oh, fuck. I'm glad that.
But you have a sneaking suspicion. Mm-hmm.
That's not
Yeah.
This. Next morning, I wake up and we're trying to.
Yep. You get your long rest, you guys heal up, everything's fine, that kind of stuff. Is there anything that you want to do, Lemba?
Honestly, I've done I'm sitting for a while. During the day? Not really. I've done everything I need to do during the day.
All right.
Nighttime comes around though.
Taking a shot.
Every day to goes to bed, they run back.
Hey, Lemma, I'm gonna go do drugs in my bedroom.
I still have a scar. You eat from it? Oh. Next time, guys, pick my nose. Maybe you can come and help. You. No promises. That was serious shit. If we're going outside, we're not breaking another window. Okay, yeah, I would have spent the day getting someone to...
Yeah, you would have. It would probably cost you maybe 2 gold to get the window repaired.
I can live with that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yep.
That's fine. That's fine. We go outside, not in like the middle of the backyard. We like find a tree or some shrubs to go behind so that people in the house can't look out and be like,
Yeah.
what are they doing in the backyard? It's some weird shit. Do our blood ritual. Alright, I'm done. Extended hour, I'm grinding.
You could have done that during the day too if you wanted. So.
Okay, yeah, I would have done that.
Yeah.
Alright, so I combined the vial, the scorchwood toxin, my secret pocket leaves, and my emerald into a vial. Take my knife, slice my other hand this time, and just fucking... And then take 10 points of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool. I walk over to Lump, I go, give me your other hand.
Aw, so both of your hands hurt. Shit.
No, people are gonna ask this why both our hands and both of us are damaged. Now we just walked around like this.
Sup, bruh? What's up?
Yeah, so you figure out your shit. I might have to use some healing spells so people aren't like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're fine. You both have bandage. Excellent. Alright.
Do you have a diamond for Revivify?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Fuck!
Double checking.
What's wrong with you?
Just double checking.
Well,
Before you go into the
I
danger.
might do with all these gemstones we got. I dust them over monster and buy some.
I'm gonna turn this tourmaline into diamonds.
They're more useful to us. That's fair. That's fair. All right, down the hatch.
Down
Lay
the
down on my
hatch.
bed.
Make another Constitution
I
saving
hate
throw.
myself. I just want to find my gemstone.
And you're laying on your bed, or are you outside?
Oh yeah, that's right. We're
outside.
Laying in the cushy grass.
You're lay down first before you take the shot because it knocked your ass out. You feel the familiar burning sensation.
You just hear the word fuck.
And as she does, X falls backwards, foaming at the mouth again. X, you're back in that kind of dark growth. Now, the little sapling has its blood red leaves still and is a little bigger. And you see the other stumps. The statue has its head still, but there's the stump full of cinders, the stump full of the stump with the bowl full of cinders, the stump with the bowl full of melting snow, the one with the slowly shifting fog cloud, and the one that is a thick gold.
I go to the whirling fog.
The whirling fog cloud? Alright. You take a step forward towards it. As it does, it begins to have this little gust of wind that kind of comes off of it every now and then, like a gentle breeze. And you can see what looks like arcs of lightning going through that fog cloud within the bowl. What do you want to do?
What do I do with the blood and see what happens? I pick up the bowl.
You pick up the bowl and you hear, let go of the things that cloud your mind, release your weights and become free. Roll me a d20. One.
Fuck. What's that guy? Who I brought?
I'll keep track of that as
I said
XP.
no!
As you lift the bowl, the cloud begins to swell and overflow from the bowl itself, becoming a thick fog that obscures the area. You see the shapes of the tree, the statue, and the stumps as they were where they were, just slightly obscured by the roiling clouds around you. You feel an overwhelming sense of sadness come over you as the fog covers you like a thick, overwhelming, and almost suffocating feeling. It is cool against your skin and you feel yourself sag in place. Roll me another d20. 16. The sadness grows and you feel it like a stone settling in your stomach. As the bowl clatters from your grip, larger clouds billow from it as your sadness comes forward in the faces of those that you have lost. Who does X grieve for? Your brother?
We can work on it.
Yes.
I feel
But-
my brother should.
Is there anybody else?
Oh. Stay out of this. Stay out of this. This is my moment.
Even though I used your blood and everything.
My brother, and then I guess I'll come up with a name when we start working on my ex. But probably a very close sand pirate friend. And I'm probably lost.
Another individual?
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, but you can see these people begin to come into view through the cloud, standing with gaunt faces and tearful expressions. All you can do is sit there, falling to your knees, wallowing in your grief, surrounded by loved ones that you can no longer speak with, you can never hold again. They're gone. Roll me another d20. 19. As you sit there on the ground, you don't feel so much as sense the figures around you draw closer. Roll me another d20.
6.
6. The figures are almost on top of you and they feel oppressive, like they're coming to drag you with them. Like they're looking to pull your spirit with them into an afterlife, as these are dead. You know they are dead. Roll me another d20. 13. These figures, looking down at you, reach out a hand each and place them on your shoulder. You're reminded even now that they are always and always have been near to you. They'll never really go away. Make a charisma save for me.
Fuck.
What you got?
1.
1? You are frightened.
Yeah. It's fair.
You can't wrap your mind around any of this. You scramble to get away from them as they come for you, seemingly pursuing you through the darkness of this cloud as you crawl your way through. The bowl is gone. You have no idea where it is. Lemba. It's been 10 minutes.
Oh no!
Make a medicine check.
11.
11? Yeah, her heart's not beating. How long do you wait?
Work.
Oh, it's true.
I would do it. You're busy dying right now.
X is currently dead on the ground in front of you, as far as you know.
Can I try to detect thoughts and see if she has brain activity?
Sure. Sure.
I can't detect thought.
You cast Detect Thoughts,
Yeah.
and the surface level thoughts are blank.
Does it go deeper?
You would go deeper,
Yep.
and she would automatically fail. You see X scrambling through a cloud of fog, panicked, frightened, and as you slowly begin to feel this brain activity fade, you realize X is dead. Like, dead.
And at that moment,
And you are there as it ends, and as she dies.
and I slam the diamond into her chest and I bring it back.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to find more diamonds. No, I have no diamond.
X, you are shocked back to life. But unfortunately, the last thing that you see is in this cloud, the tree withering. Not losing its blood red leaves, but not growing and seemingly weakening. And as you come to, you're half expecting the stone to come back, but it does not. As you may have guessed, all of your d20 rolls are death saves.
Oh. Yeah, I rolled 2 crit ones. Fuck me.
Yeah. And I only counted them as 1 because that's, yeah. Normally they count as 2.
Fuck.
But it's alright. You're alive.
Breathe.
You're alive. Lemma has shocked you back to life with the Revivify spell. And you have this horrible taste of this acidic acid in the back of your throat as you come back to. It's like the worst reflex ever.
God damn it. Alright, well then I guess I'd say fuck it. I wanna go cry myself to sleep in my bed.
You got 1 hit point.
Yeah.
I can bring you back with 1 hit
hit
point.
point.
Oh yeah. Bitch is gonna go cry herself to sleep.
And I'm pretty sure you're gonna be having exhaustion tomorrow because you die.
Well, she has exhaustion now,
Oh, you're having exhaustion now.
but it'll be gone in the mornings. It's okay.
So I'm just gonna reset my.
Yep.
It's fine.
That'll
Alright.
work.
Sick. So then that third day is when we have the award ceremony.
The third day is the award
Is
ceremony.
that right
yes.
away in the morning?
No, this actually, it's like later in the afternoon and then going into the evening.
Cool. Then in the morning, I'd like to go make more stores.
In that morning, I would like to go buy that.
You got 3 doses worth of Scorched Blood Toxin, and so it's easy enough to make that final dose. But the stuff within the grotto, the plants, they're not quite ready to be harvested again. But you do have the materials to make your 3rd dose, because you rolled a 3 on the d4.
No, so I can't actually harvest anymore.
Yeah, they need some time to grow and recover.
You know, I didn't know how many plants were actually down.
Yeah.
That's fair.
No, from harvesting all of them, you got those 3 doses. That just takes all of the other poisons off of the table because that's from all of the supply for that room. But Lemba, you're able to go and find, especially with X pointing you in the direction, you find the gnomish kind of gemsmith, for the lack of a better term, that has sold her these emeralds. Easily enough, she points you in that direction, and he just kind of is like, "Oh, can I help you?"
I would like diamonds, please.
Oh, diamonds.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose everyone. What sort of a setting would you like? Would you like a?
Regular diamonds, good for
You want
spell.
just some of that magic shit?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I need
Okay.
diamonds from Outfit. I don't need anything fancy. I just need them to be worth at least 500 apiece.
Yes. The I can help with a few of those. Let's see here. He kind of goes to the back. I'm gonna double check my notes for the diamonds available in the city. He takes a second. Well, I do have these. And he pulls out a small box that has 4 different sized diamonds within it. Each one of these is worth, the largest is worth 600, but otherwise the smaller ones, 2 of them can add up to the 500 minimum, but the other one can, medium size, can fit that perfectly.
I think those.
Would you want all of them?
Yeah.
All right, for the price for cleaning me out of these diamonds, that will be 1,500 gold pieces, please.
Sounds good.
All right. So easy enough to pay, and then now you have the diamonds handy. So you have effectively 3 uses of a revivify spell available to you. All right. Yep. Then you have the award ceremony.
Well, I try to sit present.
And how do you do that?
And find her as the party is.
It's easy enough to find her because she's kind of helping direct people as it gets torn down, and she kind of turns, and Jadani and Jade are kind of around helping. Plenty of the guards are keeping a careful watch on the whole procession and ceremony area because they don't want anything to happen like another assassination attempt. They're kind of on high alert, but they know that they can't stop them from wanting to do this as a public thing, but you know, all that. She kind of turns, oh, X, hello, what can I do for you?
Give a little bow to, show my respect, and I'd like to take a walk in the garden.
Well, I suppose. She kind of starts walking down the path. She says, we'll take the seaside pathway. Look out over the ocean. A number of guards kind of flank and follow, a number like 2 or 3 of them ahead, and then 2 or 3 of them behind, and it's like the Secret Service. They're just fucking everywhere.
That's right, I know, yeah. I'm not like upset about it.
And Dodani and Jade kind of follow loosely behind so that they're available as magical practitioners if needed. Amelia kind of smiles as she's walking through, and well, I hope it wasn't too much of an overstep for us to push a little bit for the sponsorship means for your group. I don't want to make it any harder, of course, but I should, as the Empress Regent, take steps to gain your loyalty and support of our nation. It would be negligent of me to not. I hope you understand.
The gifts for more than adequate. It's very gracious.
I wish I could take full responsibility, but Jade and Dodani, as well as a number of the collective, each had a hand in picking different items for you. Hopefully they all make sense and, fit, unlike the music. There we go. And fit what you all would normally find interesting.
I had to look at it curiously. Just have the pockets full up a little pocket.
Yes, you got it.
What's this?
Dodani actually suggested that we have some sort of something that had a little bit more of a personal touch, just so that you would see that we had a more direct hand in this.
Sorry.
Did you get grossed out by your own line?
I did. I did.
This is like which with me. She says things and then immediately like that. You're so rude right now.
She says, well, I suppose I can. If you don't mind. She takes it from you and steps behind and puts it on you. There. That a little better?
I know this isn't a game, but like I'm freaking out. I'm all nervous. Didn't think I'd get this far, to be honest. I figured the guard would like stab me or something.
They're not gonna just stab you at your own awards ceremony.
Extra citizens.
I mean, you still might.
Thank you. This means more than you think.
Well, I am very glad that we could enrich those that enrich the Remont Empire for sure. And having traveled with you all in the past, I thought it pertinent to reward the faces that we've seen a number of times coming up. I get the sense that as you go places, you could all have a greater impact on the world than any of us could know. I'd rather support you now and help you do so. It's always good when you start out before you say something like
You've had a bigger impact on me than you.
well, I suppose I thank you for the compliment. I'm glad I could be at the very least a source of inspiration.
Alright, fucking X is just gonna go for it. I grab her hand and I give me a second. Will you let me do my shit before you make noises over here? Sorry. God, this makes me nervous doing this shit. God, now I'm nervous. You got it. Thanks. Thanks, babe. You got it. Thanks. Alright, let's try this again.
It's gonna say something. It's gonna fuck you up. You just know it.
No, I'm about to be not heartbroken, but it's fun.
Oh no, I meant Rachel. She's gonna wait till you say something and go, ah!
Yeah, I know she is. She, like, you know, grab her hand, like, you know, like that. Not like I'm not like
Yeah.
fucking interlacing it. Like I grab her hand and I get my leg. I don't know what it's and I twist it gently and I go, forgive my foreigners. But I would like to know if I
she kind of, you can tell that she's flustered. What's your passive insight? Like, what's your insight bonus?
Insight bonus. -2.
-2? All right. Okay.
Wait, passive?
Uh-huh.
8. My
Yeah.
passive insight is 8.
Okay.
So I read my modifier.
You don't know much about what she's thinking. Well, I appreciate the offer, and unfortunately, I'm sorry, I can't. I hope you understand. But I have quite a bit more going on than the average girl would. I have some responsibilities, and I'm sorry, I can't. The one thing you can tell with an 8 is that she is flustered, and she is bright red. This is no reflection on you. I hope you know. I am currently the head of an entire nation, and I have no idea what I'm doing. So I'm doing my best, and I feel like this is one thing that I would not or should not do.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. You ever need a distraction?
I understand. I appreciate the offer.
Kind of continue, just kind of walk in silence, look at the seaside for a little bit, and then we go back anyway. Thank you.
You kind of walk for a minute in silence. And she kind of sits there and breaks the silence. X. I think that one of the things that you could do is take a little bit of time. Take that time and consider what you want. I understand that I may be something that you may want. But as I cannot be that, who fills that void for you? I would not judge, but consider who will fill that void, if not me.
Kind of stare over at the ocean. Nod my head and go. Look at her. They're now looking at her. I'm not really looking for anything to fill it. I probably want to go to the inboxes. More to just enjoy where I'm at.
I see. Well, I don't know what your plans for the evening are, but I wish you luck with them. She kind of smiles. Don't let this be too awkward. I don't think less of you, and I hope you would not think less of me.
I give a soft shot. Go. Takes more than that.
I assumed. But don't hesitate to come. I'm plenty happy to remain friends.
Trust me, I'll be tough.
That's exactly what I was fucking thinking.
Thank you. The shuffle, just kind of, as we end our walk, I go, well, I'm sure we'll be on our way. Next adventure soon. I don't ever see you again.
I'm sure you will. You have a home here.
That doesn't mean I'll be fine.
Don't do anything stupid, please. I know, but please. Now, if you were to receive a knock at your door, just open it. Well, I will wish you a good night.
Another slow little bow. Put that on there.
All right. Yeah, you are able to meet up with the rest of the group, whoever you like. You leave Amelia standing there, kind of framed by the moonlight. She's just kind of standing there in her long blue dress that she had for this kind of gala, watching as you walk away. Eventually, Jade and Dodani come to flank her on either side, and they just kind of stand there and wave as you walk off.
Foursome? No, that'd be four. I can't count. X is dumb. Foursome. Sorry. It's not an equation. X got shut down. It's just a secret you see. X is hurt. X was gonna go. No! Caroline, good song. Like, rejected. Is gonna go cry. Oh! I'm sad right now.
Does Caroline...
I had two drinks.
Does X want to go home and take another shot of the spicy juice
Yeah.
to try to do the
I
thing?
feel like
Is that what your plan is?
after I put
No, X is gonna go take a really cold shower and then go.
Oh.
you get to bed and wait a little while. There's still no knocks from X, and I know we still got those 4 more stones to find. We fucked up last night, and then eventually go knock at X's door. X.
He's crying in the shower. Just here. Go away.
You don't want to blood it up tonight?
Go away. I'm gonna be sad.
What's wrong?
Go away.
I'm not gonna
Cry.
cry. She told me what's wrong. This is what it's like. This is what it's like when we have a family. You have to tell me what's wrong.
I don't wanna talk about it.
You want to drink the spicy juice?
No.
You want different spicy juice?
No.
You want booze?
No.
No, she wants booze. Yes.
Sorry.
Specifically, the royal.
Well,
I know myself. Sorry.
I can't get you those. So only got these ones. You don't get these ones. Rude. Okay.
Ouch.
You know it.
Just crying in the shower.
All
I
right.
gotta get out and then go.
Good night.
You walk away hearing X just kind of quietly sobbing on the other side of the door.
She wouldn't tell me what was wrong.
You fall asleep. Late, maybe an hour or so later, you do receive a knock at the front door of the house.
I go and open
Who
it.
would be the one to use the knock?
Sudi would.
Oh.
You may, because you're just up the stairs from there, so you would hear it as well. But Sudi would be getting up to go and check the door. And so you would have to be like sending her back to bed.
I will put Sudi back in it. And something tells me she would gladly do that.
Yeah. It doesn't take much convincing for you to be like, I got this, go back to sleep. She's like, good.
Busy.
So she kind of goes back to bed, and you go and you're able to go and open the door. Standing there is a very like live red-skinned tiefling woman, and she is holding live, like thin.
Oh, I also heard live, and I'm like, that's weird.
Well, yes, she is alive.
Dead shit. That's a line for me.
Is this kind of red-skinned tiefling woman with this kind of dark black hair dyed blue at the tips, and she is holding 2 bottles in one hand and a book in the other. Hello?
How can I help you?
You at X?
Who's asking?
Maybe you'll earn that.
Excellent. Smiles and goes, I guess we'll see about that. And I step aside and let her.
She comes in and she hands you, as she does, 1 large bottle.
The bottle from her.
You take the bottle. The minute you do, she hands you the other. You're holding both. Each of them has a label. 1 single label and nothing else.
The label?
One of them says courage, and one of them says wisdom. You choose.
My heart wants the courage. But X, having a -2 wisdom, would be a dumbass to not drink the bottle that says wisdom. I drank the wisdom. Right.
You are able to, wherever. Are you taking her up to the room, or are you in the common area of the house? Okay. You go up to your bedroom and you're able to kind of open one of them, and it is a bottle of extremely fine wine. Wisdom comes to those who learn over time. Let this be an experience to learn from. The woman says, and she sits down in a chair in your room and sits there for a bit. Just drinking wine with you and talking about whatever you like.
Alright, we just start talking. A little bit about who we are. And then about places we've been.
Over the course of that discussion, you learn quite a bit about this woman. This woman used to live in the Doke Kingdom. She fled the Doke Kingdom due to a inquisition that left the majority of her family captured, and she fled as a little girl to the Remont Empire, where as she grew up, she found a home. And she gained the favor of her playmate, Amelia Remont.
Wait, hold on. Define playmate.
They were like kids playing.
Oh, damn it. Damn it. I'm really excited for a second.
You Amelia basically sends her childhood best friend to whore out, correct?
No, she sent her over to talk.
Oh. Okay. Stay out of this. I'm such a wife. Stay out of this. I'm trying to fuck here.
If I may, what draws you here to the capital city?
Adventure.
I see. And yet you did not choose courage. Have plenty of that in stock.
Sometimes you have to have the courage to pursue.
How very wise of you. Well, if it would please you, I would wish for you to take this. And she has the book that she kind of set down on the side table. She kind of taps it. This is a gift for you. But you can only read it one chapter at a time.
Is that
Let its wisdom help you. We shall see. You know, I did notice you all enter the city, and I have heard much about your group. I'm glad to have met you. What?
no?
What are you torn on? You don't know?
That's Oh, we do know how to make an entrance to it.
Yes.
Not importance.
A shining silver dragonborn? I'd say hard to miss. But your reputation, as the princess has assured me, has been stellar, and Dodani can only attest to that fact. Your heroics as of late have otherwise been interesting. But I suppose your other reputation would compel me to remain a mystery. And so I'm terribly sorry, but I must bid you adieu. She stands and kind of turns to leave and kind of taps the book. One at a time. I will know if you skipped ahead.
I give a sigh. Go. Yes.
Do you stand to let her out? Like you're in your res is like your room. She's leaving. So you kind of escort her out. On the way out, she kind of turns at the door as she's about to step out into the night air. X, I hope to see you again. Because then maybe you'll earn my name. And she kind of smiles, and you feel this whack as her tail hits you on the butt.
Damn, I'm horny. Okay. I'm horny. What's her name?
You don't know. She kind of smiles, and with a grin, just kind of happily walks down the courtyard area and out and off into the night.
And she does that, am I able to really, like, without, like, doing any damage, just give, like, a really quick, like, with my ice breath, just, like return? Like, just a little something cold.
As she does,
In return.
I will let you'll shoot this little, like, yeah, that, she sends a shiver down her spine.
Rachel's over here like, oh my god.
It sends a shiver down her spine noticeably because it's cold in the cold night air, and she kind of turns and looks over her shoulder, not even bothering to fully make eye contact, just kind of looking. That's cute. And just keeps walking.
I like that. That's
I watch her walk away.
Yeah. She just slowly makes her way off, and she's carrying the bottle that says courage. She took it with her.
Alright. I walk upstairs and I read chapter 1.
Okay. Chapter 1 details, over the course of the chapter, a young tiefling girl has a journal. And her learning what life in the Remont Empire is like, and trying to come to terms with the change. And it never mentions the name. But at the very end, there's a piece of paper tucked into the last page of the chapter. You take it, unfold it. In handwriting that has been more finely developed than what is effectively just children's handwriting, it says, "Not one more page."
Close the book and set it down.
It's signed with a T.
Ooh. Goes to bed. Happy and full.
All right.
That's a wrap, boys.
Okay.